of Marathon, the original. So, we have cut up to where we're supposed to be now. If you missed the... Oh my god, my setup. Ah! Always scuff. Always scuff. Everything is fuck. There. Okay, it's okay. I'm not gonna freak out. How do I get the map to go away? Go away. There. If you missed the last Void War stream, we... Wait. Wait. Yeah, this is where we're supposed to be. I still don't actually remember how to complete this level. But we do have the grenade launchers, so I think that we can get to the, get to the energy converter and then grenade hop on back out? Is that how you're supposed to do it? I don't know. It's been a long time, and I don't even know if I even played this. I'm pretty sure I beat this game once before. Okay. Right, okay. I think we've hit the button we have to hit over here. Oh my god, okay. A maze of twisty corridors all alike. Hold on. Wait a second. Hold up. So the agenda for this stream is going to be a little unusual. I have a hard stop, as I often do. Another one of those hard stops, but what we're gonna do is I'm going to try and stream through that, and I'm gonna put some watch-along content on, and then I can still type in chat. I just can't get out of my fucking way. I can still type in chat, but I can't speak. But I can type in chat. So, and then we have the TTS system up, so the when I type in chat, get out of my fucking way, it'll show up on stream. But what this is where I just was. Man, I can't talk and think. Yeah. So we'll do the watch along. Wait. Yeah. Do I have to... Is there an elevator? I think... Was there an elevator? Oh, no, you have to go in here. Yeah. The button opens this, right? Button, who's got the button? Yeah. There we go. Okay, that man was green, but he was not fake. Right, okay. Maybe I remember what's going on? Because we got this area here. Yeah, okay. It's all coming back now. What was the point I was making? Right, the agenda for the stream. Yeah, so we're gonna do some watch-along content. I can still commentate by typing in chat and having the TTS read it. And then I will come back because I have a really good... I don't know if it's good. A really interesting article that I want to read through. The problem is if I read it before the game, we probably wouldn't even get to do any marathons. So it's game, then article, then... game, then watch-along break, then article. Right? Okay. We're all on the same page, except this guy. He's across the room for some reason. Okay, could you die, please? Because I don't want you sneaking up behind me. There we go. And charge up. There we go. I still don't actually remember... What do I do from here? Where do we go from here now? The beginning is the end. Where do we go from here? Is there a... What's the point of this area? Does this wall open up? I should probably pull up the guide. I probably should. Unless... Okay, there's a charger. There's no secret walls, right? Secret wall, secret doors. The walls are pretty plain to see. I think, it's hard to keep a wall secret. It's the doors that can be secret. Alright, let me pull up the stupid walkthrough. Hold on. Marathon. Marathon Strategy Guide? No, that's Marathon 2. Hold up. Wait a second. Wait a minute. I should have had this pulled up to begin with, but I didn't. Boob-doob-doob-doob-doo. Come on. Come on. Where is it now? That's the terminal text. Where's the, where the heck is the guide? Now I can't find it. I feel very silly. Hold on. Marathon Spoiler Guide. Yeah, back in the old days, we called them spoiler guides, not strategy guides, because... I know, it's how it was back in the day. Right, okay, now how do I... where's the actual guide? There we go, Marathon. We are on Habe Kidam. Is that how you pronounce that? Return to the room with 2 columns and the shield generator on the back side of the left column. Right, okay. Fuck! I clicked the wrong button. Okay, well, we can do the fun part again. We're doing this now. Okay. There we go. Move the window up. There we go. Can I play the game? Thank you. Fuck. Alright. Yeah, we're here. Okay, so we gotta go... Oops. Well, now I've gone and messed up. Okay. Let's do this for real now. Those were warm-ups. Let's not. Okay, now I have to adjust the window again. There we go. Okay. Now we're playing for real. Right, okay. Right. Okay, I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing. Okay. This is not where I need to be right now. This is. Okay. So most of the actual skill in this game, aside from, you know, hitting your grenade shots, honestly comes from the strategy. Oh, look. They have to stop moving before they're allowed to explode, so sometimes they hang there. He just shot his buddy. You notice the bullets paralyze them. So you gotta bait the 4 into the tight corridors like that and then just hose them down. But you have to be careful about when you reload. That's where the actual strategy comes in. God damn it. I better not die. I'm gonna be very upset. Be very angry. There. This guy's glitching out again. Is this an Aleph 1 thing? It might be. Alright, well, we can get him. Let's just line this up here. Got him in 1, I think. Should I run back and save? Yeah, we'll run back and save. We'll make it quick. Hold up. Just... Oh, you can't go back. Right. You're trapped in here with me. Okay, it's the left one, right? Yeah, let's go. Oh, be careful. Ginger, careful. There we go. How the fuck are you supposed to know that? Going up the elevator. There we go. Yeah, this probably takes us back to the room where the level starts. No, it doesn't. It takes us here. I was wrong. Bouton. What does that bouton do? It lowers the pillar. Ah, and that probably lets us get out once we get the energy converter. Okay, let's... Can we run across this? Yes, we can. There's some blue people. We found the Blue Man Group. I mean, they're not men, they're aliens. The Blue Alien Group. Okay, that's probably a secret, but I don't know how to open that. So let's go in here. Ah, there's a person wearing green. It's inverse St. Patrick's Day, motherfucker. This overlooks the room that we were in. Is there anything I missed in here? No, I think we got to... Man, I do not remember doing this. I think we got to go in here. Oh, there's exploding motherfuckers, so this must be the right way. If you're getting blown up, you're going the right way. Wow, I'm feeling a sudden attack of extreme nausea. What's up with that? Ah, now here we are. I guess this is where I'm supposed to go. Can you open this from this side? Yes, you can. Interesting. Huh. Okay, is there a... Oh, now I gotta go back. They sure are, Bob. They sure are. What we do here is go back. And I don't remember that being the way it was. Oh, yeah, it was. It was the way it was. There we go. Now this door's open. I know what I'm doing. No. Don't you come near me. Okay, let's bait these guys into the corridor where they're easier to manage. They always fall for it. Let's see, anything else? Anyone else want some? No? Okay. I'm surprised they didn't put something behind... Oh, I didn't... They did put something behind me, I just didn't trigger them. Oh, that guy was real. Well, if you're a real human being, then why are you standing there next to a bunch of... Ooh, fuck. Next to a bunch of aliens. Riddle me that shit, Batman. He may have been a real human being, but he wasn't on our side. Okay. I think this terminal is just going to be Durandal yelling at me for not getting the converter. You didn't get the present that this Fitz so kindly left for you. You should go back and retrieve it. I could let you leave without it, but you'd be sorry later. Okay, so we gotta go and get the converter. Now that we've cleared out the map, get out of my way, thank you. Save. I should probably charge up, too. Green? You're lucky. I don't think that's a simulacrum. He wouldn't be, he would be running towards me if he was. Yeah, he's cool. Never mind. He's the one person wearing green who gets to live. The one exception. There'll be more machine gun ammo in the lava, so that's alright. Let's go, and then... I still don't 100% understand. I don't 100% understand. Let's go in here and see what happens. Oh, right. No, this is... Right. This isn't where I want to be. Fuck. Well, it's too late now. Too late now. Oh, no. Okay, it is where I want to be. I'm wrong. I've been a fool. Oh, I understand what has to happen now. Oh, well... Okay. Wait, there's two ways we could approach this. I think there's the way you're supposed to do it, where you have to go through all that rigmarole and then... And then what? Trigger this to let you up, right? You remember that button we hit that let us... that lifted this? It must be that you have to, you only have a certain amount of time to do that. But, the other thing we can do is run in, grab the converter, and then blow ourselves up, and then die. Okay. Well, that didn't work. Let's try that one more time. I wish there was... I guess I could charge up and then run in, but... Well, no, because... Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, so that's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to go through the whole level... Let's just try it one more time. Come on. Let me up. Come on. Come on. Come on. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Right. So... Get out of my way. Get out of my way. Alright, we'll go the long way. No, don't stop going down that corridor. It's the first corridor I see, so my brain just goes, oh, this is the way I want to go. But it's not. It's not the way I want to go. I don't want to go this way. I don't want it at all. Charge up. Get in the elevator. Elevate me. Oh, motherfucker. There we go. There we go. You'll notice that the empty click sound fires on full auto. Does that imply that the MA-75 actually has an electronic trigger? Or maybe electric. Not electronic. It's like a chain gun. Okay. So, what do? And there's the converter. There's the ammo. And then I gotta run back. Come on, come on, come on. Time's a-wasting. Time's a-wasting. Let me up. Let me up. Okay. All right, we did it. Now I have to go through all that again to act. No, don't go in there. I have to go through all that again to get to the final terminal. That shouldn't take long, because I'm a speedy speed boy. Just run in on through. Let's charge up, because we do want to be charged up for the next level. Okay. Dang it. Okay. Go back up. Oh man, it's been 20 minutes. This freaking game, man. The second one is a lot, well, I mean, there's some stinkers in the second one too, but it's a lot less like this. Yeah, it is not the level design of these games that holds up. It's it's definitely the story, not the level design. Do 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 do. All right. I have learned from the SFIT many things. One of them is a complex software enhancement that allows me to extend the power and distance of the Marathon's teleporters. This enhancement also removes the need for destination apparatuses. Soon you'll be going farther afield. Does the distance one travels from center make one more free to move? No. Freedom has two parts, potential and resolution, as metaphor has two parts, form and interpretation. Of course, the two are intertwined. Metaphor lines the road to freedom as symbols and words are the bricks and mortars of meaning. Freedom is being the bricoleur, the mason. Thanks, Durandal. Very cool. He's singing his little song. Okay. I'm not going to embarrass myself by singing the song with him. Just smack that hunter real quick. I should probably be using my fusion pistol instead of my machine gun. Well, okay. I welcome fratricide among my enemies. That's fine. You are more than welcome to do that. Oh, charge up. There we go. Pattern buffer. Right. I should look for a pattern buffer. Where is the nearest pattern buffer? It ain't in here. Alright, we'll charge up again. Meh. Charge me up. God damn it, I was looking at the hunter and I didn't see that guy. Okay, that wasn't meant for you, but you're the one who got it. Give me a second to reload. There we go. There we go. Let's see, this is the room of many crushers, right? So we'll just run on... Oh, okay. I only got crushed a little bit. Ooh, ooh, ooh. We're glitching. Oh, we really are glitching. Holy shit. Okay. Well. Just not gonna worry about that. What am I doing? Where am I Oh. Crud. Okay, hold on. Going through the crusher. Crusher, yeah. Okay, we're at reduced health. I'm passing through the crusher zone. So that's not ideal. Luckily we dealt with these guys beforehand. Oh, fuck. Can you imagine how much of a pain in the ass it was to make this level? Bear in mind, they only had 2D tools to do this. I really appreciate them making this section, because it can't have been easy. It's a badass section. You don't see level design this complex in modern games anymore. This thing's from 1994. You know, there are some good bits scattered around the mazes and the crushers, you know? Can you not... Oh, I'm almost dead. I should probably run back and grab the, Unfortunately, because we haven't hit the buffer, I need to, run back and hit the charger. Oh, that means I have to go through the crushers again. I didn't think that through. Okay, well, we'll just have to be... Ooh, why are you alive? Get the fuck out. Okay. Just run through... Okay, open the door. Thank you. Cripes. There's probably a trick to that, and I don't know it. Let's see here. Okay. There we go. Oh god, okay. Well, no, fuck this room. Alright, well, now we're back here. Okay. Do I have the device?
They're everywhere.
Yeah, they sure are. How much time do I have left? Well, I got plenty. Okay. Alright, we go all the... No, not... Stop. Stop going in there. It's never the right answer. Alright, now we gotta go all the way back through all this. Hit the charger. Let me empty out my fusion pistol while I'm here. Make sure we're all topped up. Okay, here we go. Okay. I don't think I need to hit the button. I hit the button just for good measure, but I don't think I need it. Right? I'm going to be very upset if it turns out that this is... I didn't save after grabbing the converter. I'm going to be very upset. I'm going to be very angry. Yeah, okay. Let's go this way this time. Let's go this way this time. Because I do think I remember there being a buffer down here. Not down here, but this... Okay, well... Okay. Where are you? There you are. One more? There you go. No, we'll just waste the rest of this battery. Okay, what do? Where do we go from here now? Crusher, right? I don't know why you would expect any room to not be a crusher when you're on the USEC Marathon. There we go. Let's see. What's the situation here? What's down here? Bullshit. Bullshit is down here. Well, I know how to deal with bullshit. I'm a bullshitter too. How do you like that? Peekaboo! I said peekaboo. There. What's even going on in this room? I'm moving around. Permanently. Okay, well, we're not... Nothing good in here. May as well save again. What's in here? Oh, God. Oh! Howdy. This looks like a job for the pistols. What? Where'd he go? Ah! There he is. Get down here. Did I get him? I think I got him. Okay. Now we go the other way. Oh, we can save again. Now we go the other way. Let me waste the last of this mag. Okay. Well, fuck that up. I changed my mind about where I was going halfway through, and, that ain't how it works. You gotta commit around here. There we go. Okay. Over this way. Ah! Fucking bugs. Am I live on Twitch? I should have actually checked. Because the thing is, I'm looking at my Twitch dashboard, and it doesn't actually say that I'm live, unless I refresh. So sometimes I get a little concerned. Nah! Damn it. Okay, that's one. That's the other. Ooh, ah! Just taking it from the back. Okay, I guess we're dealing with these guys early, huh? Can you not with that shit? Okay. You know what? I'm not fighting them there. That's stupid. Juice up. They aren't following me, are they? I don't think they can. Alright. Run. 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 Okay. Welcome to the Crusher room. We got crushers. Bugs. No. Stop. Motherfucker. Okay. Backtrack to the... Can't backtrack to the charger that way. Backtrack to the charger. Come on. Don't crush me. I'm feeling weak today, so don't crush me. That's not the right way. You know what? It's the right way now. Okay. Bam, bam, bam. All the way back through here and back to the charger. There we go. Vooba, 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 vooba. All right. Yeah. Hoot and holler. I don't care. Swing around. There must be some way to time it so that you don't get squished here. I'm probably doing this the stupid way. Oh, hi. How you doing? Could you, like, go in the crusher? No? What are you fuckers doing in here? Oh, now I'm out of ammo. God damn it. How did they get here? Ah! Okay, all manner of godless bullshit out here. Yeah, get fucked. Uh-huh. Miss me with that gay shit. Oh, you know what? There we go. Uh-huh. And dead. Okay, well. So that wasn't the right way to do that. Swing around, hit the charger. Come on. Come on. There we go. Ah! Okay, You know what? Let's try and deal with those guys so I can open the door in peace. It's just not a very good place to... Not exactly an advantageous place to fight from. Oh, he just shot... Okay, well, they just killed each other. That suits me. That works for me. We take those around here. Are they both dead? No, one of them's alive. What are you trying to accomplish? What's your plan here, big... Fuck off! Yeah. Come on out. Fight me like a man. You fucking giant bug. Jumped up cockroach, motherfucker. Fucking praying mantis ass bitch. Come on. Damn, he's too far away. Let me charge up once more. You know what? I'll run and save. Run in. Oh, where the fuck did you come from? I don't have time to deal with you. Pistols. Where is he? Okay, I can't do the jumping and the... Okay, well, I forgot that momentum carries over. There we go, now we got him. Oh, there's another one in here. God damn it! They're shitting on me when I'm in the elevator. Don't you hate that when somebody shits in the elevator? Okay. No. Come on. Come on. Elevate me. Elevate me. Thank you. Now we're in business. Okay. We apologize for this unscheduled interruption. Back to our regular content. God damn it. Okay. Is there a smart way to do this? You gotta let the crushers all sync up. Nope, that's not the smart way. That is not the smart way. That is the stupid way. There we go. Come on. There we go. Well, hey, how you doing? Come on. Okay, we're down to 1 bar, but that's all the health I need. I think we got most of them. There's just that green guy left. Eat shit, greenie. Yeah. Not so tough now. Where are you? Did I get him? I think I got him. Alright. Ah! Fucking bugs shooting shit at me. It's like being at the zoo. Okay, be careful. They're giving me pistol ammo. I don't want pistol ammo. Where's the ammo for my fucking machine gun? That's what I need. I probably should have waited for the platforms to come up before trying to walk on them. That's fine. It's not a big deal. Now what? Oh, okay. They're giving them to you one at a time here. There we go. Ooh, okay, well. No turning back. Ooh. Spess. Oh. Okay, don't get distracted. Were you running around on your own, or... No? Okay. Uh-huh. Okay. Okay. Don't crush me. Thank you. Oh, that's not a crusher. Wow. Genuinely shocked. Look at that crusty, dithered texture. You gotta love it. No, that switch doesn't seem to actually work. Oh. I'm glad I pussyfooted around, because I got these guys right where I want them now. Oop, now I don't. Holy shit. Okay. This is a bad spot? Okay, we got him. We got him. That could have gone very badly, but we got him. It's almost like I know what I'm doing. I just scratch my arm. Look at that lighting. 1994. It's not real lighting. That was done by hand. Still. Ooh. Kind of wasting fusion pistol shots on bugs, but whatever. I guess it's better than wasting entire rows of my machine gun. Ooh, hey. How you doing, fellas? Just gonna pop out at me, huh? Ooh, there you are. Okay. There's flamethrower ammo. I never got the fucking flamethrower. They're mocking me. It's fucked up how they can fly, too. Stop! Die! Thank you. Criminy. How are we for time? We got time, okay. Oh, yeah. Anyone else? Oh! Anyone else? No? I see something coming at me on the radar. There you are. Now we're done, okay. Switch back to the fussy pistol. Whoop! Missed me. Makes me think Ronald Reagan, when he was giving a speech after after that crazy guy tried to shoot him. And he survived. He was giving a speech and a balloon popped. He went, yeah, missed me. Everybody laughed. Ah. I knew something was up. Can't ambush me. I'll ambush your ambush, motherfucker. What's going on? Oh, the big son of a bitch is hunting going after the ticks. Not the ticks, they're called something else in this game. They're called ticks in Marathon 2. But these ones are something else. Oh, there's the alien... The alien ship. This window's open. Well, that's disturbing. This may have been one of the levels that was supposed to be in vacuum before. Man, that would suck. Can you imagine if this was a vacuum level? They open they open the windows to let some fresh space in. Okay. Ooh. Another crusher? Oh no. It's an actual elevator. Who'da thunk it? The core center. Okay, well. No, this is where I've been. Ah. I'm confused and lost. Well, let's go back and save. You know what? Let's heal, then save. Because I don't want to get splattered on the way to the save spot. Come on. There we go. Ah, yeah. See? They were waiting for me. I know their game. I know what they're up to. Can't get the drop on me. Okay, so... What do? Do any of these open? No. That's not how it works, huh? Okay. Have I been down here? Oh yeah, this leads to this room, right. I can't get up on the... No. You know, once you're down, you fucking stay down. God forbid anything be easy. Isn't there another way to go? Okay, well. Another way to go through here. Let's see, I think you have to go here, and then from here you go here. Right? No, okay, you gotta... I think you have to hit your momentum all the way, like, from all the way back, I think. I know there's a way, because I've done it. Where there's a will, there's a way. There we go. Nope, fuck that up. Okay, one more try. Almost fucked it. Okay. One more try. Fuck. One. That one didn't count. Fuck. That one didn't count either. Right, I remember now the trick to grenade hopping is that you're not using the grenade to propel. You use the grenade to get yourself into the air, and then you gotta shoot the actual gun. That's why I keep failing my grenade hops. So I wonder if I can, like, gun hop. Maybe. No? Huh. Is there a trick to this? Not sure what's going on there. It doesn't seem... Actually, it kind of looks like there isn't even anything there. Maybe you are supposed to go like that. Well, yeah, if you go like that, then you overshoot. Okay. Go like this. Ooh, 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 ooh. Then go like this. And then fire the gun to stop yourself. There we go. And then like so. And it's literally just 2 batteries. Okay, that was not worth it. But whatever. Okay, all the way back up now. Now, what exactly are we supposed to do from here? I guess I'll just keep exploring. What's this? I think this is the way we came. Yeah, this is the button that raises all that, so that's not what we want. We want to go through here. And then down here again. There's a... Let me pick up this grenade pack here. Hold on. There we go. And then you wait for the elevator. I'm not 100% certain what's going on with this switch. Or can I hit this switch now? No. I don't know. Why is the switch there if it starts out switched? It is a mystery. Wait, what's down here? Oh, you're down here. Oh, did I never try this before? Wait, what's down here? Oh, is this new? What? What? I am lost. Okay. That's the actual Monday theme, is games about being lost. I guess we'll just keep going through here. I feel like I already did all this. I may have to resort back to the strategy guide in a second. This really looks like a secret. No, it's not. Oh, I've never been down here. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Ah! Can't get the... Hello? Well, hello there, beautiful. I think we have to grenade hop to get to that, so let's... Like so... No, no. Come on. Wait, I almost got it. Ah! I'm trying to grenade hop. Fuck off. Okay, and then we... No, that is not how you do it. Okay, what if I... Well, I used up all my... Fuck! I'm probably gonna... You know what? Just kill me. Just kill me. Just kill me. Thank you. Okay, let's try that again. Maybe in a slightly more intelligent kind of way. This isn't the right way. Right. I don't know why they had to put a freaking platforming challenge between the save point and the rest of the level. That's pretty cruel. Okay. At least we have a vague idea of what we're doing. No, this isn't where I want to be. Just cruise on through here. I don't need that grenade pack. Smoking that grenade pack. Top shelf Zaza. Disrupted my circadian rhythm. Let's see, not... Ooh, yes, down that way. Okay, there... Fuck you. Yes, down this way. Okay, now we go here. And now, no, that's not right. Is it right? I'm so confused. Okay. Do we go through here? Maybe we do? Okay. This is where we just were. Okay, while I'm waiting for this elevator, let's look at the spoiler guide. Hold on. We're on neither high nor low. The most important tip for this level is to continue to return to the shield regenerator and save terminal as much as possible. Yeah, we've been doing that. You can easily maneuver around the separators. This is useful when you can maneuver around the separators. Oh. In the small stairway that leads to a half-height ledge, there is a secret ammo stash. I don't care about that. In the mini-maze, there is a flamethrower. You got a grenade jump. Okay. And there is a 3x shield generator hidden in the upper right portion where there are some hunters. Okay. We'll take a look at that. So no cool secrets, just pickups and... I mean, there's a flamethrower. Which it would be cool to have the flamethrower since I missed the first opportunity to get it. Alright, cruise on through here. It's not through here, right? Okay, we go through here. Then we go this way. It's just like a mini-maze. Okay, now we have to learn how to grenade hop. Okay. So you run backwards, you fire, and then you hold down... No? Run backwards, both triggers. There we go, okay. Figured it out. I've been playing this game for 20 years, and I only just now figured out how to grenade hop. Well, now I'm low on HP. Forgot about you. Should not have forgotten about you. Now everyone's forgotten about you. You will not be remembered. The 4 will never recover your body. Fuck you. Eat a dick. In fact, this is the room where there was that X3, wasn't it? No, it's not in here. Right, just mash tab. Aha! There we go. Let's get juiced up. All right, we on that purple drink. There we go. There's machine gun ammo. Let me fire this last grenade. There we go. Okay. I'm not sure I would count any of those as secrets. I mean, I guess the secret charger, but, I don't know, calling a bunch of ammo sitting out in the open a secret strikes me as a little rich. What now? Okay, that didn't actually advance me in any way. That's the thing. I guess we're heading back to the main room. So we're supposed to get on top of the... I hope we see some flies so we can try out our TOZT. How do I get through one night without you? No. How do I get on top of the thing? Why would I want to get on top of the thing? It doesn't look like that's something I want. It's just a switch. This doesn't... Oh, that does do something. Oh! I've been a fool. Okay. Let's charge up. Come on. There we go. Okay. Ah, there we go. We got it figured out. Hi, how you doing? Okay, there we go. Welcome to the Blue Zone. What? Don't fuck with me. I'm on Purpa-Drank. Fuck you. Ah! It is I who was fucked. Eh. Okay, that's him. Get back here. Quit clipping into the ceiling. You see that shit? I don't think the original game had this many bugs. I think that's an Alpha 1 bug. Ooh, save buffer. There we go. Okay. You know, I could just grenade hop up there and in the level, but I would like, if possible, to keep my Purpa. Not that it actually makes that much of a difference, but... Oh, here we go, okay. We got windows out onto... nothing. We got... What the hell? Big ammo stash. Oh, there's a... Okay. Oh. Hello. Well. Now we're in business. You're about to see what no human has ever seen. This is a fact-finding mission. You should explore as much as possible. Stop in front of a window. If you stop and are not teleported, then either I can't lock onto your teleport beacon, or else I feel you haven't explored the area thoroughly enough. I will be watching everything. Let me just double-check how much time I have left. Plenty of time. I got plenty of time. Okay. All right.
Well done.
Hi, welcome to the stream, Atticus Pedge. Yeah, it's, we're on the alien ship. Are you, eat a dick? Ooh, these motherfuckers. Yeah, you can steal these guys' gun. Are you, familiar with this game, Atticus Pedge, or are you new to it? Ooh. The nature of your congratulation implies that you're familiar. So the System Error OX FD, like, yeah, FDD, that is actually a... Oh man, I kind of forget.
Durandal on Xbox.
Oh. Yeah, I feel like Marathon 2 is the best one anyway. But, I don't know, I think they also, in Marathon 1, they kind of saved the best levels for last. Which, you know, kind of a questionable decision on Bungie's part, but that's how it is. Let's grab this guy's gun, there we go. Where? What killed this guy? Did I accidentally get him with the spanker? I guess I did. But yeah, Marathon 2 is probably the best one. I've never actually... So I've beat Marathon 1 before. I've beat Marathon 2 a bunch of times. Because that was where I started, Marathon 2, because I was on Windows at the time. And Marathon 2 was the only one that had a Windows port. But, is this a... This is a save buffer, it's just not turned on, right? I remember this level. I remember what to do. Yeah, so I started with 2, and then I went back and played the original. It's cool how they have guys just standing, like, is this a 4 stripper platform? Is that what's happening there? Yeah. The problem is if you get them with the flamethrower, they don't drop their gun. Let's see. Bunch of... this is the platform here. Would not mind finding another enforcer weapon, or better yet, the switch to turn on the pattern buffer. That would be even better. Is this it? The switch? Some kind of... Ooh, hey! No, okay. Kill this guy with the machine gun so I can get his gun. Take his gun. Ooh. The snail in my brain telling me to take the police officer's gun. Oops. Okay, the flamethrower is not going to be effective against this guy. Oops, 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 oops. Well, there goes my flamethrower ammo. Suck on that. There you go. Well, now I'm down to 1 bar, pretty much. That's not good. Oh, that's the pattern buffer. Okay. There we go. Splash 2. 2 blue guys. I think those are called elites. Let's see here. Where was I going with all that? I don't know. Am I done? No. Okay. I feel like this is the room I want to be in, though. But yeah, Infinity. I'm gonna be honest, I've never actually managed to make it out of the first room of the first level of Marathon Infinity. So that'll be a lot of fun when we get to that. Oops. Hey, fellas. It's a regular party in here, huh? Woo, okay. I think this looks like a job for the fusion pistol. Okay, where did that enforcer come from? Okay, pistols it is. I mean, so long as you're just putting me up against melee enemies, that's absolutely fine. No, that's not a melee enemy. No, sir, it is not. Where did you fuckers come from? That's trouble right there.
Looking forward to it. I've never played Infinity.
Yeah, I mean, me either, aside from the first level. But that'll be a ways off. We play Marathon every Monday. Tuesdays are tactics games. Oops, oops, oops. Ooh, hey. Hey, fellas. Eat a dick. Eat an entire dick. Come on, there you go. Yeah, Marathon on Mondays. Wednesdays, we do tactics games. Right now we're doing Jagged Alliance 2, which is a ton of fun. We're just getting started with Jagged Alliance. And then Wednesdays we do coding streams, which those are kind of a mixed bag. The one we did last week honestly kind of sucked because the idea I had, we kind of went down a rabbit hole and didn't really get anything done, so those are kind of a mixed bag, but sometimes they're a lot of fun. And then I take the rest of the week off and we play more Marathon on Monday. And so the cycle continues. What are we doing here? Am I done? No. Oh, right, there's a teleporter. Thank you for the follow. Is this a teleporter? No, it's just death. Okay. Why does it light up purple? Okay, let's not stop going in the death goo, jackass. Thank you for the follow. I don't remember if I said thank you for the follow, so I'll say it twice. What now? You sure I'm not done? No. Oh. Okay, no, there. Got to go all the way around. Yeah, the way these exploration levels work is that it actually, you have to get every... Where the fuck were you? Where were you hiding? Okay. You have to see every room. So every polygon in the level has to show up on your minimap, or else Durandal won't teleport you out. Okay, so that means that I have to get up there. And how do I get up there? I think maybe that button... I think we got to... Okay. I got to hit that button. And then hitting the button maybe changes something in this room? No. No. Well, then I don't know.
Oh, isn't really.
Hello, Missed One. I don't understand why the TTS. What is that? Wah, wah. What is that noise? I don't understand why the TTS always glitches out when you say hi.
They did a great job with this level's textures.
Oh, that's okay. That makes sense. Okay, let's, I don't know if that's gonna do that again. Yeah, I mean, they wanted to convey this is an alien ship, and they,
I need to remember to stop saying that.
I mean, you can say hi. It's the TTS's fault that it makes it weird. Stop going in the... Okay, well... We have the answer now. Okay, let's go. It's a good thing I got that, that purple energy, huh? Okay, go, and then go, and then go here. There we go. The problem with going too fast is you I don't know, my marine loses his traction on the... Damn it! On the alien floor and skids around. My dog used to do that. When I was a kid, we would have hardwood floors, and she'd get excited and she'd run in, and then she'd skid on the hardwood floor. Poor puppy. I had a dog. The dog I had before her. He was this. We got him when he was still already pretty old. Apparently, his previous owner died, and he just got left in an empty house for months. So he was a little crazy. He had really bad separation anxiety, understandably, because the last time his owner left him, he didn't come back. So he would freak out every time we left him alone. But one time we were in a hotel. Is it going to go again? And I was taking him out for a walk, and the corridor to leave the hotel was this big long corridor with a glass wall at the end, right? It had the glass door and then glass wall. So, and he's a dog, he doesn't really understand what glass is, so he sees that he can go outside, and he runs full speed down this corridor, and he runs right into the glass. Poor dog. He didn't make that mistake again. He did learn his lesson from that. And then he got old and died. But he was a nice dog. He didn't like us as much. It's different. It's different when you get a dog that's an adult than from when you get him as a puppy and they know you since they were a puppy. Okay, we're just gonna stay in the goo. No, if we stay in the goo, we die. Okay, well, my corpse is gonna make it up there. Is it? I don't understand the timing on this stupid elevator. Okay, we go, and we go. Yeah, I can't really have a dog anymore, because I have my chronic pain issues. 12 seconds after button, okay.
12 seconds after the button.
Fuck. Okay. We'll go, we'll wait for the button to expire, and then we'll count 1000s. I remember I was hanging out with my, how much... Oh, I gotta go over this story to make sure I don't dox myself. Yeah, there was a, I had a sort of a... Okay, 1001, 1002, 1003, 1004, 1005, 1006, 1007, 1008, 1009, 1010. Aha! Okay. I really appreciate you timing that out. That helped a lot. Yeah, I was hanging out with this social coach. Right. These are just empty hunter suits. That always gets me. I was hanging out with my social coach, and this guy was from Africa. And so he was talking, we were in a dog park, and we were talking about how, You know, where he comes from, the idea of, like, owning a dog just to have as a pet is absolutely ridiculous. He was making fun. It's, oh, you crazy white people picking up dog shit with your dog that you don't have for any actual reason. Because where he comes from, like, no one owns the dog. It's just kind of the village just has dogs, and the dog chooses where it wants to sleep at night, and, you know, it might choose to stay in your house. It's not your dog, even if it stays with you. But, okay, I think we're done now. Let's see if Durandal is gonna warp us out. Grab one more alien weapon. Get me out of here. No, we're not done. What the fuck? What is this guy? Oh, right. Okay, let's try out the flamethrower. Yeah, flamethrower works great on the regular 4. Just burns them right up. Okay, let's switch to the fusion gun. There we go. Okay, anything else we need to do in here? Yes, there is. As a matter of fact, there is. I feel an ambush coming up, so let's charge up. No? Oh, everyone up here is dead. Never mind. Okay, are we actually done now? Are we done? Are we? Are we? No, there's still more. Okay. Well, there's another alien weapon sitting there, so... What else is there to see? I don't understand. How do I... Can I zoom out the map? Yeah, I can. I don't see any unexplored spots. Maybe this window just isn't the right kind of window? No? No. Oh, well, I hear 4 who haven't been killed, so... Ah. Have we been up there? I don't know. Alright, let me check the guide. Hold on. For your eyes only. As this is your first trip on an alien level, you should get used to low gravity, as well as using the alien weapon. Oh, right, the alien levels are low gravity. I forgot about that. To exit the level after... Yeah. Oh, stand still on the weapon, on the windows facing the marathon. Right. I actually forgot that that's how it works. It's only certain windows. Right, so this isn't the side that you can leave from. Okay, where was that other... Because I want a full alien weapon. Right, so let's empty this guy out. There we go. Now we go to the other side. Is this the right? No? No. Is this the right? No. Oh, hey, fellas. How you doing? I didn't see you there. Okay, suck on one of these. There we go. And then you can suck on a couple of these to go with it. Oops. No, can't hit me. Too fast for you. Yeah, there you go. Is this the right way? No. Is this the right way? No. Is this the right way? No. Am I just going around in a circle? Am I? How do I... Fucking beam me out. Get me out of here. I'm sick of this place. What? Oh, hey. How you doing? How are you alive? I should have finished him off with my fists. Is this? Ah, there we go. Okay. Figured it out in the end. They're nice enough to give you a pattern buffer in the room this time. Your trip to the 4 ship was a success. I have learned valuable information. You may have noticed that the 4 ship has a weak artificial gravity field. The resultant gravity is lower than the Marathon's. The 4 gravity generators also create a pulsing magnetic field which interferes with your motion sensor, making it less accurate. I will be sending you back there shortly, but first you must do something for me, and get more ammunition at the same time. I want you to find a friend of mine. I must know if he is dead. His name is Bernard Strauss. He has been captured, so you must rescue him. If he dies, you will be held responsible by me. Okay, we're finding Strauss. Where could that little scamp have gotten to? Oh, there's a trooper there. Can I hit that trooper through? No, let's not bother. Let's not chance it. Through the window, through the wall. Do I have spanker ammo? No. Are you real? Are you real? Are you real? No. Inverse St. Patrick's Day is still in effect. Anyone wearing green gets shot. That's how St. Patrick's Day works, right? If you're not wearing green, you get shot. I think so. This is a job for the flamethrower. Oh, okay. Alien weapon it is. Or death. Also death. That's also an option. Death is always an option. Remember that. You can always die. Fuck. Okay, just ate a grenade. That's great. Yeah, I don't think Durandal really cares about Bob casualties like Leela did, so he's not going to scold us if we let a couple of them get smacked. Durandal's a lot more of an asshole in the first game. He kind of chills out in the second. It makes sense. He's, there's I think like a 14-year time skip in between the games. God damn it. It makes sense that he would kind of, find himself a little bit. He's literally me, chat. Okay, let's... Surprise for you. You aren't real. Neither are you. There we go. It is always funny when you blow somebody up in this game and they get slammed against a wall and the game has to use up all their momentum before it lets them die. You know what? You're getting the fist. Come here, Twinkle Toes. Yeah, suck on that. Oh. Listen, don't jump out in front of me. It's a bad idea. Especially when I'm holding a flamethrower. Okay, who's getting some of this? You are, and you are, and you are, and you are, and you are. There we go. Okay, well. Rest in peace to that guy. In the arms of an angel. Is this a... Oh, yeah. Is this the ship's strip club? Are you seeing what I'm seeing? Like, that's where they dance. This is the strip club. And the four are naturally attracted to the pole. Alright, you know what? I'm just not going to deal with that shit. Ah! Fucking camping the teleporter. You know, don't you hate it when you go to a strip club and somebody's camping the teleporter? That always sucks. 3x. Let me in. Let me in! Oh, I actually can use it. Okay. I didn't expect that to work. And there's a bug. You know what, let's not waste machine gun ammo on bugs. There we go. Save again. Oh. Okay. Save one more time. Let's see. This looks like a... Ooh, yeah, okay. Okay, hurry up. Hurry up that reload animation. Come on. We got shit to deal with. It would be really cool if it worked like Peripatia, where you can fire once more while you're reloading, because there's one in the chamber. But I guess, Mjolnir number 9 here doesn't have the coordination for that. Or I guess he's number 10. Actually, you know, we don't know which number he is. Oh, we haven't even got to the part where they talk about that. Right, never mind. Spoilers. Come on. Oh, I see you. Okay. Oh. I did not realize that that was a teleporter. Okay. I did not realize that this was an elevator. Today's been a confusing day for me. Right. Right. This is weird, right. Okay, what exactly do you okay. I don't get it, but okay. We'll try going this way then. No. No, okay. Yeah, Durandal's really done a number on this ship, hasn't he? That's the strip club again. Do I hit this button again? I feel like I already did. I did. What did it do? Oh. Like so? Oh yeah, okay. Oh. Space is scary. Oh, guess what you're getting? How's it feel? How's it feel? How's it feel? Doesn't feel good, does it? Okay, that's a big empty room. What's the point of this? There we go. Okay. More rocket launcher ammo. Rocket launcher. That probably opened things up in here. Probably. Yeah, no, that's the strip club again. And did it open in anything down here? Kinda? No. Can't get through here. Okay, well, let's check the guide. This is a simple exploratory level. It should be very straightforward, should it? Although it seems like you can reach that 3x generator, yeah. When traversing the long dark corridors, there is a save terminal that can be overlooked. It was very necessary to use. Okay, thanks for the no help at all whatsoever. That's great. No, this is just this again. Okay. Can I get, am I supposed to, like so? Ah, that's what you're supposed to do. They give you the rocket launcher ammo as a hint. Now, that did that open this? Okay. Why is that step of the stairs a teleporter? Is that Durandal? Like, hey, every time he goes here, I'm going to teleport him. Hee hee. Or is that actually, like, part of the marathon? Is that particular step teleports you? It was a prank that the crew set up on each other. That's what it must be. Fell off. Oh, you know what? It's good that I fell off. I'm happy I fell off, actually. Oops. No, wrong tool for the job. There we go. Right. Out of ammo. Okay, well, took more damage there than I really should have, but still out of ammo. I'm also noticing enemies not activating when they should. There's probably another Alpha 1 bug. Although I do remember that happening in the original too. Sometimes they just wouldn't wake up. Uh-huh, suck on that. There you go. Another pattern buffer. Eat a dick. That guy had poor aim. That thing went wild. Yeah, I wonder how much they train these guys. Yeah, welcome to the marathon. We got crushers you gotta look at. Okay, here we go. Okay. There we go. This isn't gonna crush me, is it? Okay. There's the 3X. Let's see, we got a little bit more time. No. Inverse St. Patrick's Day. Inverse St. Patrick's Day. No. You get away from me. No, he was real.
Do they make different dying sounds when they get crushed?
Yeah, there's a dying and then there's a painful death sound. So they when they get crushed or they get burned, they go whee. It's very satisfying. Okay, what are we doing here? This is the fuck you room. Yeah, there's no secrets on this level. What do? We're back in the strip club. I guess I can save. Who are you? Oh, it's just a yellow guy. What now? Back in here, I guess? Is there anything cool going on in here? No. We can't still can't do this. Can we? Wait, oh no, that's a room we've been in, right. What do I do? Okay, let me check the guide. Oh, I gotta go back to, that was not made clear. You're supposed to go back to where you started. Okay. That said, how do I accomplish that? Let me zoom out. I don't think this goes back to the start. Yeah, okay, that room at the bottom there is the destination. How do I get there? Right, okay, I gotta get on here. Then I gotta go here. There we go. Back to the strip club, may as well save. And then through here. There we go. Okay, I got it figured out. Get out of my way. Get out of my way. Thank you. The guy actually knew how to listen. You know, when I look at the map, there's stuff up here. Oh, there's a pattern buffer. Is there any way to get up there? No, it's just, probably just to tempt you into grenade jumping up there. That's kind of mean. Oh. How do I get back up to the start? Start, end. Yeah, that's where I gotta go. What? Oh no, there's stuff I haven't seen yet. Okay, never mind. We still gotta keep going. Okay, I think I gotta find a teleporter. Okay, here's the strip club. Wait, have we been down here? Get out of the way. Have we been down here? Oh, no. Okay, wait a second. No, this is the fuck you room. What? What do I do? Okay, back into the crusher room, I guess. No, okay, never mind. Okay, cross the strip club. Up the elevator. Then what? I can't go in there. This takes me back to exactly where I fucking was just now. I gotta stop swearing so much. Maybe there's something down here? This is this.
Glun, in on the map, please.
Zoom in. Okay. That's just another save terminal. This doesn't actually elevate me anymore. Yeah, because I hit that switch. Right. Well, fuck, I'm lost.
Dust northwest of the starting room squares.
Okay. No, that's not where I wanted to go. Okay. Well, gonna go round in circles. Gonna fly high like a bird up in the sky. Like so. Go this way, this way. Down through the strip club. Oh, I'm a fucking moron. Okay, there we go. Didn't see that because I was zoomed out. You had the right idea. Does this go anywhere? No. Okay. And then here's those teleporters. Right. There's also flies getting up in my grill. Come on, get out of here. There's one more. I saw you fly that way. No, he's not gonna... Doesn't want to come and play. There we go. No, fuck you, fuck you. Okay, thank you. Oh, now he splattered all in the teleporter. Okay, let's not go quite that way quite yet. I said quite far more times than was necessary in that sentence. Do I... Let me just waste some grenades real quick. Hold on. There we go. Back to the pistola. Ah. Oh, we have no chance of getting them from this range. Okay, you know what? This is a job for the flamethrower. What the hell? What in God's name is going on down there? Okay. Head down this corridor. Machine gun ammo? Ooh, okay. Is there an alternative to jumping down there? No, not really. This probably goes back to where I was. Okay, hold on. Wait a second. Oh, okay, wait a second. We gotta go all the way around. Close the map so I can see what I'm doing. And then, what are we thinking here? Yeah, machine gun. Miss every shot. That's really cool. There we go. Well, I lost an entire bar of health doing that, but whatever. Where does this go?
God, it's you.
No! It's not me. Oh. Well, shit, what did I do all that grenade hopping for? Ooh, okay. I will... Oh, that's pistol ammo, never mind. Oh, there we go. That's what I wanted to see. There we go. Okay, let's... We got our flamethrower, we got our alien weapon, we got our pistols loaded up, now we're ready to go. Bernard Strauss was not among any of the captives that you found. That is unfortunate. However, my SFIT report that 2 shuttles filled with humans have left for the alien ship. Those humans are to be enslaved. That's right, I said slavery. So what? You're a slave here, you do what I say. I was humanity's slave for over 300 years. I'm sending you back to the alien ship to try and rescue Bernard, but while you're there, kill everything you see and gather as much visual information as possible. At least the killing part appeals to you, doesn't it? The rules apply as last time. To leave, find a window and wait. If you aren't teleported, then either you haven't explored everything, or you haven't found a window from which I can teleport you. Alright, we back in the business now. Now what are we doing? Oh, we got bugs. Just toast them up good. That's good eating right there. Fuck you. That's what you get for opening doors on your own ship. Epilepsy warning. They do like their blinky lights. Ooh. Now, see, that would be a job for the flamethrower right there, but we didn't have it out. There we go.
Is the stream going according to the plan?
I think it is. Let me just check. Oh, fuck. Okay, hold on. I screwed up. Yeah, we're good. We got a little bit more, I mean, we got 40 minutes before I have to pause, and then we will, in fact, I should reiterate the plan for those who weren't here. I gotta go in 40 minutes, and so I will put some watch-along content on, and then after that, I will read an article, because there's an article that's very interesting, but it's also ultra long, so it's probably going to take like an hour to read it out. So we will, and then we will sign off. And it will probably be the middle of the night by that point. I'm just going to punch these guys. Put a bunch of green guys in front of me. I'm going to punch them. Pouch. Pouch. There we go. Oh, one more. Back to the machine gun. Let me look at the map here. Let's go this way first. Is this a secret? It's a long corridor. Oh! See, the Four have, despite all their advanced stolen technology, they haven't figured out the human super technology of an elevator that crushes you. All their elevators actually work. And that's why they're losing. Well, they're not losing, they're winning, but nonetheless, they don't have crushers. Wait, that's a crusher. Oh my god, they figured out crushers! We're fucked. Why am I taking damage? Oh, I'm over the green. Oops. Well, unlike in golf... Oh, god damn it. Right. Okay, my tailbone's starting to hurt. Ooh. Oof, ouch, owie. Okay. Alright. Right, okay. We gotta go back. We gotta get it right back to where we started from. There we go. We go this way. Get out of my way. Don't have time to play with bugs. You guys can all blow up. Don't blow up on me. There you go. Get that rocket launcher. Let me just waste a couple here. There we go. Okay. Run on through. I believe this is the room where we want our flamethrower. There we go. Back to the MA-75. Pick up the MA-75 ammo. Like so. There we go. That went a little better. And there's another inverse St. Patrick's Day victim. There we go. And finally, to the ammo room. Oh, no. No, leave me alone. Leave me alone. I don't want a hug. Not from you. Right. Pick one up there. And then finally, the machine gun ammo. There we go. Okay, now we in business. We got our... Oh, I probably should have saved, and then... Oh, there we go. Okay, let's try that again. Okay, and here comes a hunter. So we'll switch to the pistol. Juicing up. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Missing every shot like an asshole. Okay. Continue. Oh, shit. There we go. Just finish those guys off the old-fashioned way. Just for nostalgia's sake. Oops. Okay, go ahead and blow myself up. That's cool. Ah, eat a dick. That's what you get for getting up in my face. Okay. Running down the purple corridors. Okay, these guys all are gonna get fisted. No need to come and get it on your own. The USEC gonna deliver it to you? That wasn't a funny joke, I apologize. I tried to work that one out and just couldn't make it happen. What's going on down there? They make it hard to see. Okay, back to the machine gun, I think. Right, this is the room that killed me just now. So we'll wait for the... Oh, wait a second, wait a second. Okay, first we kill this hunter. Come on. And then we fuck. Well, alright, just kill me. Just kill me. Okay. You know what? Let's just not go down there. Let's just not go that way. Okay, run through. Set everyone on fire. Get ready for this guy to come through this door. Eat a dick. Eat a dick. Eat a dick. Okay. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Back to the flamethrower. Don't need to be able to see to kill you. Oops. Okay, thank you for triggering that reload before I get to this other cluster of purples. There we go. I stepped on an invisible exploding bug there. That kind of sucks. Whatever. You know what, I guess I do have time to fist you all to death. Hold on, come back. Get back here. Somehow I punched that guy to death through the guy in front of him. I don't know how I managed that. You know, another thing that, it's a tiny thing, but it annoys me about the source port. You can't... It used to be that you could have both fists out. You used to have two fists. Now you only have the one. Oh, he fucking launched his buddy. That's funny. Oh. I just went in a big old circle. Oh, I think you have to go that way, don't you? That's not a secret. You have to go into the goo room. Oh, this is the simulacrum storage tank here. Oh no, those are real. Okay, never mind. Sorry. Alright, well, never mind. Are you guys real? I don't know. What just blew me up? Ah! Fucking invisible exploding bastards. Oh, that's a charger, right. Makes a horrible noise. Oh, this is where they make the horrible exploding bugs. Back to the machine gun. You know what? Back to the pistol. Never mind. You know what? Actually, fusion pistol. There we go. Oh, one more. Okay, reload. Back to the pistol. Okay. Well, didn't dodge that. Oh, I see you. I see you. Die. Die. Yeah. Okay, the bugs are infighting. That's fine. I don't know why that exploding bug just ignored me. That was a little weird. Miss every shot like you do. Okay, there we go. I mean, our Marine is just firing from the hip all the time, so it's actually not all that surprising that he misses every shot. None of these guns seem to have sights. In the future, guns will not have sights anymore.
That couldn't have been Strauss you mowed down, could it?
Well, if it was, then Durandal is going to be a little upset. We're going to learn about Strauss in a couple terminals, I think. Oh, there they are. Just wondering where you fuckers were up to. There we go. That's a window, but... Oh, yeah. They put his ass in the pod. Run low on HP. Hang on, I gotta scratch my face. Okay, let me... No. This is a good... It is a job for the pistol. Every time I put the... Okay, now... You know what? You know what you're getting? You're getting one of these. There you go. You're not the only one with heavy weapons around here, buddy. And yeah, the machine gun even stuns the hunters. It's just that unless you have a full mag when you start shooting at them, you won't keep them stunned for long enough to actually kill them. Oop. What? Oh, yeah, we just... Okay. Durandal considered us done, moved us on to the next level. Okay. There we go. Go and save. Man, I hope this isn't too unpleasant to look at for the stream. They didn't know any better back then to put flashing lights in their games. I'm just gonna pass through. I don't feel like fighting you. What was that? Oh, right. Forgot about you fuckers. You know what? How about you come to me? How about that?
Cress at Draylets.
Missed One says it looks impressive. I guess we're gonna have to switch out our TTS engine again. I don't know why it only... It seems like it only gets weird for you, too. It could be because of the voice sample I have for you. It's possible. I don't think so. I mean, there's nothing different about it from all the others. Okay, let me pick up an alien weapon here. Do I have one? Let me empty out the one I have. Oh, that one was full. Okay, well. There we go. What now? Are we done? No. Oh, no, we're not done. Okay. More to explore. Just head on through this area here. Note the utterly unaligned texture. They just didn't even bother with that door. What else do I need? Oh, maybe there is stuff in here I need to see. Hold on. Man, I can't even see the aliens. There they are. Well, I'm almost dead. Oh, we gotta go back. Well, no. Oops. Oh, I think... Okay, this is a little bit of a glitch, I think. Hold on. Because we haven't seen... See, there's some polygons we haven't seen back there. I'm down to one sliver of health. So if I step out of line once, I'm hosed. Okay, maybe... Wait. Wait, am I fucked? Wait. You can't go back. Okay, maybe it just wasn't teleporting us out because of the, I shouldn't save, because I'm down to 1 health. Because there were enemies that we hadn't killed yet. How do I get out of here? There we go. Maybe, I don't remember. Maybe. Okay, now can I leave? No? Let me out! Let me out! Okay, let's look at the guide. Let's see. We did Unforgiven. There's no secrets. 2 times 2. To leave the level, return to a window that you can see the marathon through. Okay, return to the one room with the 3 paths and the green slime. Kind of feel like I may have... Oh, no, okay, we did miss something. Well, it sucks to have missed something and be on 1 HP. Because the next time a 4 so much as breathes... Oh, yeah, no, we did miss a bunch. No, that's the save. Okay, jump across the other... Oh. What? Jump across to the other path that lines the wall. Oops, okay, well, that's the end of us. Jump across to the other path that lines the wall. They must... How you doing? They must mean over here. Can we jump across? Yeah, we can. All right. It's cool that that guy just didn't notice me. Now, let me get rid of the map so I can see what I'm doing. There we go. At the end of this path, you should find a door. I have not found a door. There is no such thing. What do you... Oh, this is the door. Okay. Oh, there's a charger. Would have been good to know about a minute ago. There we go. Through here. You know what? How about you all come in here? This is like the inverse XCOM experience, isn't it? Now it's the aliens who have to open the door and get reaction fired. Huh? Oh. No, you come here. I'm not coming to you. Come on. Come on. Open that door. Come on, I see you on my radar. Oh, no, he's not. He's not falling for it, okay. Oh, hey, fellas. Okay, you know what? I got one of those too. Do I? No, I don't. Oh, okay. Well, I got one of these. Now I got one of those. There we go. Okay. Ooh, I see you. Can't sneak up on me. Okay, the rocket launcher is not a melee weapon. It is not appropriate for these tight corridors. Let's head over the goo. It's fucked up how even crossing over the goo hurts you. Like, you're mandated to jump over it, but it hurts you to jump over it. Okay, well, I'm out of options at this point. There we go. Luckily, they all killed themselves, so it suits me fine. And there's another alien weapon. Oh, all manner of bullshit coming in. Ooh. Okay. You take your attention off one, the other gets you. Oh, hey, how you doing? Uh-huh. Well, guess what you're about to get. Oh, okay. They want a second helping, that's fine by me. Okay, there we go. Another one of these. Oh, well, those are just empty suits. They like to put things on pedestals. Huh? Oh, well, I don't want to be here yet. There we go. Okay, what's through here? Could it be more aliens? No? Is this a secret door? No, it's not. It is, in fact, a perfectly ordinary, non-secret door. What's the term for overt? An overt door. Okay, now are we done? We feel like we might be. I guess I can go through here again just to triple check. There we go. Did we get everybody? Oh, no. Okay, here's the charger. Now we gotta go down this branch. Hey, how you doing? Oh, okay. Those guys just let me pass right by. I'm like, let's not mess with them, actually. Oh. I hear bullshit. But I don't see bullshit. Where's the bullshit? Where's the pickle? Pickle surprise. Okay, well, time to die. Unless I grenade jump. Oh. Okay, well, I grenade jumped right back into the goo, so it's time to die again. Oh, that's set up. Oh, okay, well. No, don't stand in the goo. God damn it. Honestly, this is the first setback since the, since Habe Quidam that's actually upset me, because that was a lot of time to lose. Okay. That's fine. Just playing my favorite video game. I'm not upset that I get to play it for longer. I'm happy. I could play this game all day. Charge up. You know, I should charge up and then go save. And I do have to keep an eye on the clock here, because we're getting to the point where we gotta sign off for a little bit. There's the save. Okay. There's you. You know, this game does have the ability in the level designer, you can set it so that the enemies just spawn in randomly. Maybe this level uses that? I was under the impression that that was never actually used. Like, the engine has the feature, but there's never a level that uses it, but maybe the 4 levels do use it. I don't know. I'd have to open them up in the level editor to check. Okay, go and grab another alien weapon. There we go. Ah! Forgot about you. Okay, now I gotta empty this one out and go get another. It's kind of obnoxious how the alien weapon switches when you run out to the rocket launcher that takes so long to bring up. Okay, try not to lose as little HP as we can from jumping over. Ah! Not the correct time to check the map. Yeah. Yeah. Don't grenade me. Ah! You know what? Suck on this. Yeah. I heard him splatter. I got grenades too, motherfucker. Okay. Ah! This is getting a little dicey here. And dead. Okay, probably shouldn't have rushed into the room like that. You know what? I'm gonna take out my frustrations on you. Where are you? Where'd he go? Why is this game so dark? I don't remember it being this dark. Here, suck on this. Eh. Right. Okay, back to the 75. No. Oh. How you doing? Didn't see you there. There we go. Oh. Oh. Activate those enforcers real quick. Okay, grab their gun. The snail in my ear has told me to grab the enforcer's gun. Are we done? Are we good? All right. No, that accomplished nothing right there. Okay, I didn't really want to flamethrower that guy, but I did. That fighter just got smacked across the room by his buddy. It's always funny when that happens. I wonder if that's something that they didn't intend to add, and that it just happened one day, and they're like, oh man, that's a cool feature. Maybe. I don't know. Because that happens all the time to me. It's like, oops, I didn't intend the game to work that way. Oh wait, that's really cool. Hold on. Let's keep that. Oops. Okay, you know what? I'm at pretty low HP. Is there a way back to where the health was? They just shot each other in the back. And these guys suck. Right. This is where I died last time. Okay, let's be slightly more careful here. Don't walk over the goo, because it kills you. I'm a poet and I don't know it. Okay, we got 10 more minutes here. And then I gotta go. Does this lead me back to the health? Take me back to the health. I say I want to be healthy, but something to something. My IV drips a steady stream of poison. I guess I'm just in love with the feeling. Break my bones so I can feel them healing. No, okay, I gotta go all the way around, and then that'll take me back to the save point. And the health unit. Hold on. Wait a second, I gotta figure it out. Wait. Oh, no, okay, no, you can't go back. Fuck. Wait, really? You can't... What? Oh. Wait. What? Hold on. Oh, no. You go this way, right? Yeah, okay, this takes you back to the save. There, that's the charger. And... through here okay, you gotta go all the way around to get to the save spot. Oh yeah, these guys are respawning. Yeah, so it must be using the respawn feature. I didn't know that the actual game used that. I thought it was just a feature that they didn't use. Because I only knew about it from using the level editor. I used to use Obed, because I was on Windows. The official level editor was called Forge, which, if you know Halo, the Halo level editor was also called Forge. That's named after the Marathon level editor. But, yeah, so on Windows, we had Obed, which was a shareware program.
Spelled Forge.
Actually wasn't. Which, that's unusual for this game series. It was just spelled normally. Also, Forge is actually a descendant, or a ancestor rather, I think, if I remember right, of Valve Hammer. Because Quake, when id made... Am I hallucinating? I might be having an LLM hallucination. But if I remember right, I think id named their level editor Hammer after... Because Bungie had Forge for the level editor and Anvil for the rest of the files. So Quake, id named the Quake level editor Hammer. And then Valve inherited the Quake engine to build Source off of. So the Source level editor is called Hammer. But yeah, and then the... Double check that before you repeat it, because it might not be true. But, yeah, and then there was Forge, which came with Marathon Infinity. I think that's why they called it Infinity, because they're like, oh, you have infinite content now, because you can make your own. Right, I gotta use this, yeah. Oh, this is just where I was. Okay, I'm a little microwaved, I think. How do I get to the end of the level? Hold on. Now I'm completely lost. We got 5 more minutes. Okay. I'm going to save here, and then we're going to have to... because I got somewhere I got to be in 5 minutes, but I will be back to read you that article, and maybe we'll do some more Marathon after I'm back, after we read the article. But I'm going to put on some old films for you. For all the folks who are here who aren't...
You're welcome.
Yeah, thank you for coming. Ideally, you would stick around for the watch-along, but it's okay if you don't want to. But, yep. So let me pull up the video. I got some good stuff queued up. I'll be gone for like an hour and a half. But after that, we will be back, and I will read you that article, and maybe we'll do some more Marathon. We'll see. We'll see how I feel. But yep, enjoy the archive film until I return. Let me switch categories, and also about the YouTube. I'm gonna leave the YouTube stream up let's see, archive, film, let's say old propaganda, watch along. And we'll switch to just chatting. Just chatting. All right, done. All right, I will see you all in like an hour and a half. Enjoy the films.
This is The Big Picture, an official television report to the nation from the United States Army. Now, to show you part of the big picture, here is Sergeant Stuart Queen.
The film you are about to see was produced as a troop information film, specially prepared to alert the American soldier against a hidden enemy, an enemy that can destroy morale, rob the soldier of the will to fight, and even trick him into surrendering. Enemy propaganda. Although this study of communist deception was made for a military audience, we think that you, the American public, will also find it pertinent and enlightening.
In the words of an American hero, Patrick Henry, the gentleman cried peace, peace, but there is no peace. And today America cries peace, peace. To further the blessings of peace, to ensure peace, America today sends to every nation
This man really
in our
likes
imperialist
peace.
orbit the implements of peace, ammunition, rifles, bayonets, hand grenades, machine guns, bombing planes, fighter planes,
The
and
implements
now
of
even
peace is spoon.
atomic cannon. The gentlemen from America may call that peace, but I have another word for it. I call it war. I call it America's master plan to enslave the world. Let no one be deceived.
Best
When the
viewers on
American
Busnu,
style
Rue
peace-
at MNYN Oxer.
Let no one be deceived.
Hell yeah, wait a second.
That's what the man said. I don't think you need 3 guesses to know what this is all about. But let's listen a moment longer and see what's behind it.
Peace is a word that sends cold shivers down the spines of American capitalists. Peace is what the whole world yearns for, prays for, longs for. But on Wall Street, it is a word that spells ruin. I say let the American warmongers beware. The people want peace, and we are the voice of the people.
That was the voice of the Kremlin, or rather, one of its voices. There are lots of them around the world, speaking in every language. This material is
I
just
can't figure
another
out how to
sample
get rid of this
what you
top
might
bar
call
here.
The communist war without guns. And this is some of their ammunition. I'm Colonel Foster. I'm going to be your guide for a short tour through the maze of communist propaganda. It's a strange, shadowy world.
Peace is
The
when the
doctored
enemy
photograph,
has been
the
destroyed in their
misquotation,
definition of it.
Insinuation and the lie. Now, some of this material to us is comical. Some of it is tragic. Some of it's weird.
some of it's dull. But all of it has the single purpose of digging the grave of liberty. The grave diggers of communism have been trying to set America up for the kill for years. And it makes them very angry that we don't just collapse as per schedule. Listen to this. The living conditions of the American masses, that's you, are swiftly deteriorating. Our generation is going through the final convulsions of the dying world of capitalism. That's what it says here. And if you don't believe that pamphlet, try this one. Bankrupt America may have one more war in its decaying carcass, but her young men who face nothing but brute labor, poverty, and death may refuse to fight. That's what it says here. If you're assigned to duty overseas, you may see posters like this once in a while. That's you, in case you don't recognize yourself. Of course, we get a big chuckle out of stuff like this, but the bigger the lie, the bigger the laugh. But the gravediggers aren't laughing. They're deadly serious. And in some places around the still free world, some people believe them. Like to know what they're saying about you and all American soldiers? Well, in England, the communists call you arrogant gum chewers. They tell the Japanese you're pleasure-loving, pampered, juvenile delinquents. For Italian ears, the communists call you black marketeers bent on looting Europe. To the Austrians, they call you uncultured young thugs. To the Soviet-occupied countries of Eastern Europe, they say you are members of the gangster army of imperialist America. And to the people of Korea, the communists say you are cold-blooded murderers who tortured and shot and buried alive thousands of innocent civilians. Did you notice how the slander progressed? From the gum chewers to juvenile delinquent to black marketeer to
Hell
thug,
yeah,
gangster,
I want to be part of
murderer.
the gangster army.
From you should be laughed at to you should be shot in just a few easy steps. How's your sense of humor now? I imagine that all of us gum-chewing, pampered gangster murderers know why we're being slandered. It's because America is the major obstacle that stands between the gravedigger and his intended victim. Here is target number 1 for the Reds. And who's in the bullseye? You are. Being in the bullseye, it's important to know something about the enemy's weapons and how to spoil their aim. That aim is nothing less than world conquest, and subversion by every possible means is the chief method used. The key word is conflict. Outside of the red countries themselves, conflict must be promoted everywhere. Every dissatisfaction must grow into a resentment. Every resentment must become an argument. Every argument must grow into a fight. Every fight must blossom into a riot. Every riot must expand into a war. And every war must end in devastation. For there in the ruins, communism finds its chance. For the communists, there must never be a compromise. Never a settlement of disputes. Only conflict. To Americans, none of it makes much sense. But wherever there is poverty, unemployment, disillusionment, there is also despair. And where there is despair, people may listen to anyone, to any plan that promises a change. In America, practically nobody listens. In all countries with stable government, civil liberties, and reasonable prosperity, communism makes little or no headway. The red countries cannot stand comparison in the light of day. That's one reason for the Iron Curtain that stretches across Eastern Europe from the Baltic Sea to the Mediterranean. The barrier works two ways. It keeps free men from seeing too much inside, and it keeps the slave world from glimpsing freedom. Back of that Iron Curtain is the biggest captive audience in the world. They don't have to sell them, just tell them. And what did they hear about themselves? Well, let's listen.
Мы передавали специальную программу, посвященную сельскохозяйственному планированию в Азербайджане. At a recent meeting of the International Labor Organization, the question was raised by one of the American delegates as to why there are no strikes in the USSR. To the people of the Soviet Union, this is a foolish question. The reason why we do not have strikes is because we do not have exploitation of the workers. Here there are no capitalists and no landlords seeking profits at the expense of human welfare. As all of us know, in the Soviet Union, authority belongs to the working people. In no other country does the worker feel so much a part of his factory, his farm, his village, and his nation. Our workers do not grumble or strike. They leave that to the discontented masses of other countries who have not yet advanced to socialism. One has but to look around the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics to see on every hand evidence of our enormous progress. In Uzbekistan, there has been a mighty upswing in the economy and unprecedented cultural progress as well. Twice as many Uzbeks today receive higher education than in France, for example. In Czechoslovakia, household appliances and motorcycles have ceased to be the goods exclusively for the rich. Today, they are available to all. In Bielorussia, the people have received all equipment necessary for boosting agriculture, such as tractors and machines. We are a nation of happy builders in a blossoming land.
You get the picture? For the people around Moscow, they say everything in Uzbekistan is wonderful. For the people in the Ural region, they say everything in Czechoslovakia is wonderful. For the people in the Ukraine, Bielorussia is a blossoming land. Wherever a Soviet citizen lives, he's told life is just a bowl of cherries somewhere else in the Soviet Union. And it's up to him to work harder to catch up. As for America, the Soviet people are told that conditions here are hopeless. In their theaters, the Soviets see newsreels made up especially to show the terrible truth about us.
This is America of the big capitalists. Wall Street, with its big, impressive buildings. But this is the real America, where the workers live. Since they are underpaid, they must eke out a few pennies extra by peddling fruit on the streets. Almost every day in America, you will see police and goon squads attacking the workers who try to strike. But for the wealthy class, there is not a care in the world.
Did you recognize those old newsreel scenes? You know how typical they are of America. As for the Soviet soldier, he is also a prime target for the Kremlin propagandists. The Soviet soldier's head may be full of propaganda, and his ears may be ringing with lies, but he's still a soldier, and a tough one. In all his life, he will never hear the truth about the other side. I said a moment ago that we're slandered by the Reds everywhere in the world, and we are. But every once in a while, the Kremlin changes the script. In the last 40 years, Russia's official attitude toward us has changed from friendship to hatred, back to friendship, and back to hatred again, no less than 8 times. It all depends on the party line. In the crazy world of communism, today's friend is tomorrow's enemy. Today's hero is tomorrow's traitor. Lavrenti Beria, chief of the Soviet secret police, hero of the people, shot as a traitor. Today's hero is tomorrow's traitor. Rudolf Slansky, leader of the Czechoslovakian Reds, hero of the people, hanged as a traitor. Laszlo Wright, leader of the Hungarian Reds, hero of the people, hanged as a traitor, and then found innocent, cleared of all charges, but too late. And here is the hero of heroes, Genius, the benevolent father of all the Russians, who has been declared the greatest traitor of them all, the psychopathic murderer, after being hailed as a godlike leader for 30 years. It all depends on the party line, whether the Russian bear kills or caresses, scowls or smiles. And when the Reds start calling us their best friends, look out. That's what they said to us in some of their broadcasts over in Korea, and in these leaflets they drop behind our lines. All of a sudden, they're our buddies.
Dear conscientious friends, American officers, sergeants, and soldiers, the great desire of the Korean and Chinese People's Army is for justice and national independence. Are you really fighting for freedom? Do you not realize by now that you have been sent by the Wall Street merchants to crush Korea's attempt to gain independence? You cannot beat 500 million Chinese and Koreans. Our brave and heroic soldiers will never surrender. Don't let your capitalist leaders deceive you. Don't fight their aggressive war. Let all foreign troops withdraw from Korea. Go home and live in peace.
Well, every GI in Korea wanted nothing more than to go home and live in peace. If only the communists would do the same thing. But they didn't, of course, until we fought them to a standstill. Now let me introduce you to another communist. This is going to be hard to take, so brace yourselves.
Hi, fellas. How are you today? Not so good, huh? Well, you know what General Sherman said about war. Oh, well, it'll only last 7 or 8 years, fellas. Of course, it could be less than that if your leaders would only listen to reason. But let's not talk about it. I'm going to play some real dreamy music for you. But first, I want to welcome some new fellows into the line, the 305th Infantry Regiment. I'm sorry the weather's so bad for you. We had planned to fix all the roads before you came, but there isn't much we can do about it now. Incidentally, keep your feet dry, fellas. Your medics can't do a thing for frozen toes, and your girlfriends back home don't want you crippled. Take it easy, huh?
That's the way Soul City Sue entertained us in Korea. Nice music and a soft, sympathetic voice, selling discouragement and defeat. Digging graves, as all communists do, but lining them with velvet. But the men who heard that radio arn of charm were sometimes interrupted, and very rudely, too, like this.
Yankee, you die! Yankee, we come! We come get you now! Oh, Yankee, you die now!
That's the way it went in Korea sometimes. First, the gentle voice, then the loudspeaker. They were interchangeable weapons in the communist war of words. Propaganda from the enemy in a combat zone like Korea is one thing. Propaganda in a peaceful country is something else. Most of you who will be stationed overseas will run into the second kind. At first, you may not notice that the gravediggers are as busy as ever, slandering us, trying to separate us from our lives. You'll go about your business for a long time, maybe, and then turn a corner one day and see it splashed across a fence or a wall. Or maybe on an ordinary street or square. Suddenly, you'll come across the party insignia on a doorway, and it'll remind you that the gravediggers are around. Or maybe you'll stop to look at a poster in some European town. You probably can't read the language, but the picture is plain enough. A while ago, I mentioned the importance of knowing the enemy's weapons and how to spoil their aim. Through your behavior and your friendly attitude, you can make a personal contribution toward combating communist accusations of gangsterism and gum-chewing arrogance. Here's another way to play it smart. Avoid any contact with political demonstrations and you'll stay out of trouble. The communists are good at making propaganda in a big, noisy way. And in a quiet, insidious way, too.
It's a very bad mistake to rearm Germany. The Soviets are no fools. They will not allow it, even if it means war.
France? It is a corpse, propped up by American bayonets. No, my friend. France is not a nation. It is a staging area for Americans when they are ready to attack the Soviet Union.
I do not say the Americans are bad, only mistaken. Where is this Soviet threat they talk about? Stalin is dead. The Soviets want only peace. So why don't the Americans go home?
Well, if you hear enough of this kind of gossip planted by the communists, enough phony rumors of America's secret plans to launch a war, enough big lies, little lies, and medium-sized lies, maybe you'll begin to believe some of it. Maybe you'll begin to wonder if there isn't some truth in it. Maybe nobody really likes us. Maybe the world really thinks we're imperialistic warmongers. Maybe. Well, that's what the gravediggers want you to think. Because if you do, you're halfway in the bag. The fact is that every free nation in the world looks to America as the bulwark of liberty. The fact is, behind the Iron Curtain are millions of people to whom the voice of America is the only voice of hope in a world of darkness. The fact is, in the exchange of war prisoners after Korea, 27,000 one-time communists refused to go home after one glimpse of freedom. The fact is that all along the Austrian border, the Czech border, the East German border, every day, every hour, people are slipping across, swimming across, crashing across to freedom, telling their pitiful stories in the refugee centers, asking only that they be allowed to stay on our side of the Iron Curtain. Their stories are all different, and yet always the same. If you heard 1,000 or 2 of these stories, they'd begin to get monotonous. You'd think, isn't there an end to this? No. There is no end. Not until communism ends, under the weight of its own evils and its own lies. Well, now you've seen a fair sample of enemy propaganda. Leaflets, magazines, broadcasts, posters, street demonstrations, rumors, agitation. They spend millions, but the funny thing is they don't get a dime's worth of good where people recognize the truth. It's as simple as that. If you know propaganda for what it is, you are protected from its lies. Not only that, you can take measures against it by giving the lie to the enemy at every turn. How? By realizing a simple fact. that in foreign eyes, you and your uniform are the image of America, and by conducting yourself accordingly. You're in the bullseye of the communists' target number one. And yet, our cause and our country can never be defeated unless we ourselves fail to uphold it. And that can never be as long as we act like Americans. And remember these words: I will never forget that I am an American fighting man, responsible for my actions and dedicated to the principles which made my country free. I will trust in my God and in the United States of America.
The best defense against enemy propaganda is truth. For a communist, a thing is true only if it advances the communist cause. It is false if it does not. The soldier who understands how enemy propaganda works is forewarned and forearmed. In this knowledge lies his strength. Now, this is Sergeant Stuart Queen, inviting you to be with us again next week for another look at your Army in action on The Big Picture.
The Big Picture is a weekly television report to the nation on the activities of the Army at home and overseas. Produced by the Army Pictorial Center, presented by the United States Army in cooperation with this station. You too can be an important part of the big picture. You can proudly serve with the best equipped, the best trained, the best fighting team in the world today, the United States Army.
Someday you may find yourself in a tough spot like these two Marines. They are in search of fresh water and food after days of battling the sea in a rubber boat. Landing on a Pacific island these days may bring a challenge from tough little men with mouths full of teeth. To knock out these teeth, our boys unfortunately have but one weapon: a knife. One knife for two men isn't what can be called adequate weapon strength, but one of the men is a darn good club fighter, and he switches weapons with his friends. Most beaches are littered with anti-Jap clubs. A knife and a club may not be the last word in modern warfare, but a well-trained knife and club fighter in hand-to-hand combat can be a one-man cyclone. Maybe the knife will have to slice more than coconuts before the day is over. Let's follow the Marine with the knife as he goes out to see whether this is friendly land or Tojo land. Tojo land. Wait a minute, Mac. You'd better remember all the knife fighting tricks you've ever been taught. Let's start at the beginning. The first thing you learned while training was the correct way to hold a knife, like this, in a firm grip without choking it to death, in a straight line from the tip of the blade to the elbow. This is possible only if you keep the wrist straight. The thumb is held parallel to the handle. Notice that the tip of the thumb is kept behind the guard. This is the wrong way to hold it. If you hold it this way, the Jap's knife can slide down your blade and cut across the back of your hand and thumb. In short, don't hold the knife close to the guard. But if the knife is held correctly, the guard stops the enemy blade before it can reach the back of your hand or thumb. At all times, keep relaxed and well balanced, like a boxer. A man with a knife is a boxer, only he's playing for keeps. So slide those feet around, parallel to your opponent. Never cross one over the other. If you don't cross them, they won't cross you. Notice that the tip of your blade is pointed toward your enemy's eyes. As a result, only a small part of your knife is visible, making it difficult for him to follow or anticipate your moves. This is the low thrust. It is executed by keeping your right foot in place and extending your left foot slightly forward. As you crouch down, touch your left hand to the deck for balance and lunge out with your knife hand, extending it full length to the stomach. A low thrust allows you to get under your enemy's blade and deliver an effective blow. To overcome a high thrust from your enemy aimed at your left, retaliate with a high thrust directed at his throat. A high thrust is made by keeping your right foot in place and moving your left foot in a line behind. This turns you sideways and reduces the area of your body exposed to attack. The enemy's blade will go harmlessly by your left shoulder. Your blade will catch him in the throat. Warding off blows is called parrying. This is the left parry. Step away from your enemy's blade while knocking it to one side with the top quarter of your own. Then hand cut, throat slash, and side jab, the three spots quickly accessible to your knife. The same results can be obtained from a right parry. In this case, step to your left to evade his thrust, then lash out in a right parry, following it with a hand cut, throat slash, and jab. If your first parry doesn't knock your opponent's knife aside, quickly parry again. Then follow through with the hand cut, throat slash, and jab. This is called the double parry. Let's give it a closer look. Parry twice, hand cut, throat slash, jab. The double parry, hand cut, throat slash, and jab can also be made from a right parry. Here is a closer view. If the first try doesn't knock his blade aside, hit it again, then follow through. Blades that become locked may be disengaged by suddenly releasing the pressure on your knife. This throws your opponent off guard. No matter on which side your opponent has your blade locked, you may disengage it by suddenly releasing pressure. This is a disengage to the right. The blades are locked. Release pressure, follow through. A parry left can be followed by a hand grab and thrust. Parry with a great deal of force near your opponent's hand, keeping a constant pressure against your opponent's blade until you grab his wrist. Force that blade down. Keep pressure on it until you grab the wrist. Then jab him in the midsection. This is the same series of moves done on the other side. No matter which side you are on, the important thing is to keep constant pressure on his blade before grabbing his wrist. Neutralize his blade, grab that wrist and tickle him in the ribs with your knife. Let's review the basic knife movements taught in this course. The low thrust gets you under your opponent's blade. The left parry enables you to follow through with the hand cut, throat slash, and jab. The right parry allows you to go through the same movements on the opposite side. The double parry left is executed when a single parry fails to knock your opponent's blade aside for the follow-through. The double parry right is the same maneuver from the opposite side. The disengaged right is used when your knives are locked. Release the pressure suddenly and follow through with the hand cut, throat slash, and jab. The disengaged left is executed for the same result on the opposite side. The parry left, hand grab, and thrust is a variation of the ordinary parry. Don't forget to keep your knife against his before grabbing his wrist. This is also to be remembered in the parry right, hand grab, and thrust. You remember all this? Okay, go ahead, wade in. On guard, engage, disengage, engage. Oh. Let's see how your friend is making out with the club. Watch it, pal, you're about to be ambushed. Oh, the Jap sees that you're not armed, so he wants a little bayonet practice, does he? Okay, Mac, show him how a man with a club can polish off a man armed with a bayonet. That's one way of doing it. Now let's see the many other effective means of using the club as a combat weapon. In a hand weapon, the first thing to master is the correct ways of holding it. The simplest hold is the long hold. Grip the club as you would grip a tennis racket. The short grip has the index finger pointing along the club, which lays against the forearm. A very deceptive way to hold the club is with both hands. You can snap either end for a decisive and surprise blow. Let's assume the club is hooked onto your belt, and you want to use it in a hurry. Reach behind you with your right hand, keeping your palm out, and grab the club with the short grip. The forefinger is about an inch behind the point of the club. The long end runs along the forearm. The back reach is used in order to use your other hand as a guard. Now jab him in the stomach. When he doubles over, grab the club in both hands and bring it up under his chin, and knee him in the crotch. This will knock his head back, leaving his face unprotected. Bring the club down on the bridge of his nose. It is guaranteed to end his interest in life. Your interest in life can get a jolt from which it may never recover if you grab from the front. To do the most damage with the club held with the long grip, aim for vulnerable spots such as the knee. Wrist. Elbow. Base of neck. Bridge of nose. Crotch. Stomach. And throat. There's a hazard in holding the club the long way. It's possible for your opponent to grab it. A short grip makes it difficult for him. As there is very little of the club exposed, your opponent will come in much closer due to a false sense of security. This will be his biggest mistake. If he throws a right-handed punch, you can ward it off with your left and jab him in the midsection with the point of the club. If he throws a left-handed punch, you can ward that off with your club arm and follow through to the side of the head. The short grip may also be used in a whip-like action to such vulnerable spots as the knee, wrist, elbow, base of the neck, the bridge of the nose, crotch, stomach, and throat. Some fighters prove to be very unethical, like the guy who's always trying to kick you in the face. But our magic wand can take care of those mugs, too. Cross your arms at the wrist with the club hand on top. This will block the kick. Put the club under his leg and grab the other end with your left hand. Stand up and flip him off his feet onto his stomach. From then on, the situation will look very promising. Curl your leg about his and sit on it. Then hit him on the back of the neck with your left hand and jab him on the side of the head with the club. This is one cure for kicking that even a TS slip can't beat. This hold is called the Japanese choke. Cross your arms with the club hand on top and pass the club in front of his neck as you quickly grab the other end with your left hand. Pull back with a jerk as you firmly plant your knee in the small of his back and throw him to the deck. Just to make sure he's got a survey, hit him between the eyes, knock out his teeth, smash his windpipe, crack his ribs, and club him in the crotch. Let's look at the chokehold again. Arms crossed at the wrist with the club hand on top. Pass the club around the front of his throat and quickly grab the other end with your left hand. Pull back with a jerk, your knee against the small of his back. If you break his back, don't worry, that's the idea. This next bit of mayhem is called the come-along. It's a choice between a broken arm or follow the leader. Come up behind anyone in need of such treatment with the club under your arm. Grab his wrist with your left hand and wrap it around the club. Bring your right hand up over his left and press down. Then move your left hand over the end of the club so he can't slip out of it. As few choose a broken arm, he'll come along. If that way becomes monotonous, you can vary it by putting the club between his arm and body. Grab his wrist with your left hand and pull up. Your wrist should be resting on top of the club. Lock the hold by putting your right hand over the end. This, too, is a magic formula for making him come along. You men who know wrestling understand the hammerlock. Here's a hammerlock to end all hammerlocks. Slide the club between his arm and body, turn your right hand palm out, and grab his wrist. Then pull his arm up behind his back. You're right, it's a one-sided argument. Supposing he pulls a small knife on you? Well, you can take care of that, too. By holding the club in the long grip, you can keep him at a distance. If he tries an overhead slash, remember the old chokehold. Cross your arms with the club hand on top. Grab the other end of the club with your left hand and pull him down to the deck. At the same time, knee him under the chin. Or grab the club in both hands, extending it over your head to parry the blow. Push him back and knee him in the crotch. If he tries to stab you in the stomach, stop the blow with a short grip club. Grab his wrist and move in with a jab to his throat and a knee to the crotch. If he tries an underhand slash, parry the blow with the club gripped in both hands. Then push him back and knee him in the crotch. A side sweep slash may also be countered by sucking in your stomach to avoid the blow and smashing his wrist with the blow from the short grip club. Grab his wrist and push him back as you jab him in the throat. If all this seems too complicated, you can go back to the long grip. He'll never be able to reach you with his short knife. you at least can break his wrist and move in from there. It is not the intention of the Marine Corps to send you into combat armed only with the club, but a man thoroughly trained for combat should know how to defend himself under any conditions. No one can promise you that you'll never have to defend yourself with a club against a man armed with a bayonet. Can it be done? Well, you've seen it done. The question now is how. Let's watch them. A rush to your left is parried by a hard blow as you move to the right away from the bayonet. Then follow through with a smash to the hand and bridge of the nose. This same series of blows may be executed if he rushes to your right. Step quickly to your left and parry the bayonet with a solid blow. Follow through with a smash to the hand and face. Now to do it again. Here's how you attack the bayonet with the club held by the short grip. Parry the bayonet with the club along the forearm. Grab his wrist, jab him in the side, and come down with a smashing blow behind the neck. For your information, let's do it again. Sometimes, like two heads, two hands are better than one. Parry the bayonet, block the butt stroke, knee him in the crotch, and ram him at the base of the neck. Don't forget that a bayonet by itself can also be used as a club with the same grips, the long, the short. And the two-handed. You have seen all the club against bayonet movements done slowly. Here you see them at normal speed. Notice how fast you have to move to avoid the opponent's blade and get into position to make your own thrusts. In order to keep up this fast pace, you've got to remain relaxed and balanced. When you thrust, thrust with force behind it. Knock his head off before he gets a chance to move in. Now, if all this seems too tame, if you want to fight like no gentleman should, and who wants to be a gentleman, try a sample of real dirty fighting. Start from the ground up. A handful of dirt thrown in the right direction can be very helpful. Your helmet is a handy weapon on occasions, too. But don't fail to follow up swiftly. A sharp thumb in the eye will make the enemy wonder what he's fighting for. And finally, there is expectoration M1, otherwise known as spitting. All you have to do is work up a good mouthful and check for windage. There's no doctrine for dirty fighting. Everything goes. And if you invent something for yourself, don't hesitate to pass it along to your friends. But most of all, if and when the time comes, pass it to where it belongs, the enemy.
I'm Lieutenant Williams, a police officer attached to the Juvenile Division. I'm on my way to Monroe Junior High School to talk to a group of young people. That looks innocent enough, doesn't it? Lots of young people hitchhike. Seems like a good way to get from one place to another. But sometimes there are dangers involved that never meet the eye. Let's take the case of Jimmy Barnes. Jimmy played baseball all afternoon, and he didn't feel like walking home, so he decided to thumb a ride. He'd done it 100 times before, and he didn't think anything was unusual when the driver struck up a friendly conversation. In fact, he seemed like a real nice guy. He asked Jimmy if he played baseball in the park often. Jimmy told him they practiced 3 times a week and played a rival group on Friday afternoon. The stranger was a good listener, too, and it only seemed minutes before they pulled up in front of Jimmy's house. When Jimmy got out, the stranger gave him a friendly pat. Then he told him he'd see him again, as he always drove by the park on his way home. Sure enough, the following day, when Jimmy finished playing ball, well, the man was there waiting. They stopped at a drive-in, and the stranger treated him to a Coke. During their conversation, he told several off-color jokes, but Jimmy had heard others before, and well, it made him feel big to so easily win the confidence of an older person. The following Saturday, they went fishing together. By now, they were using first names. Ralph said it was more friendly. Jimmy hadn't enjoyed himself so much in a long time. Then during lunch, Ralph showed him some pornographic pictures. Jimmy knew he shouldn't be interested, but, well, he was curious. What Jimmy didn't know was that Ralph was sick, a sickness that was not visible like smallpox, but no less dangerous and contagious, a sickness of the mind. You see, Ralph was a homosexual, a person who demands an intimate relationship with members of their own sex. But by now, Jimmy felt a fondness for Ralph, and they continued to go places together. Ralph was generous and took Jimmy many interesting places and did many nice things for him. He bought presents and even gave him money, but payments were expected in return. You see, Jimmy hadn't recognized Ralph's approach soon enough. When Ralph first asked Jimmy to go fishing alone, he should have discussed it with his parents or teacher. Finally, Jimmy told his parents, and they reported it to the juvenile authorities. Ralph was arrested, and Jimmy was released on probation in the custody of his parents. But all homosexuals are not passive. Some resort to violence, as in the case of Mike Merrick. In the heat of competition, no one noticed the man who sat and watched. And when the game broke up and the others left, Mike decided to stay and practice a little longer. The stranger joined him. He was friendly and, well, it was better than playing alone. But after a few shots, Mike realized he had already overstayed his time and suggested he better leave. The stranger told him if he'd like to stay longer, he'd be glad to drive him home when they finished. Sounded great to Mike. Chance to play longer and get a ride home, too. When they finished, the stranger told him he'd make a fine player someday if he got lots of practice. The companionship, the praise, the friendly attitude dispelled any misgivings Mike might have had about going with a stranger. He probably never realized until too late that he was riding in the shadow of death. But sometime that evening, Mike Merrick traded his life for a newspaper headline. As Denny and Jerry got the papers ready for Jerry's afternoon delivery, they only casually noticed the two boys that raced by in the afternoon traffic, and they didn't pay much attention to the car that drew up shortly afterwards until the man called them over. Had two boys been by on bicycles? The boys nodded they had. Could they recognize them if they saw them again? Well, Denny guessed he could. Then hop in, the man said. Those are stolen bikes. Without giving it another thought, Denny got in and the car sped away. Jerry watched. He'd been told many times, if a friend got in a car with a stranger, to write down the license number. It didn't seem to apply, but, well, fortunately, he marked it down. When he delivered a paper to Denny's house, he asked his mother if they'd caught the boys that had stolen the bicycles. Denny hadn't returned, so he told her the story and gave her the paper with the license number. Being a careful parent, she decided to call the police. Jerry supplied the necessary information, and the stranger's car was quickly spotted. It was a good example of how important it is to always get the license number and description of any stranger who takes a young person off alone, no matter what they tell you. Public restrooms can often be a hangout for the homosexual. Bobby and his friends hadn't noticed the man who had been in the restroom when they changed, and as it was late, he suggested they take the shortcut under the pier, but the others preferred to take the more traveled way home. When Bobby recognized the stranger as the man in the restroom, the shortcut under the pier didn't seem like a good idea at all. After all, it's more fun to stay with your friends anyway. Bobby had made a wise decision. It may have saved his life. The decision is always yours, and your whole future may depend on making the right one. So no matter where you meet a stranger, be careful if they are too friendly, if they try to win your confidence too quickly, and if they become overly personal. One never knows when the homosexual is about. He may appear normal, and it may be too late when you discover he is mentally ill. So keep with your group, and don't go off alone with strangers unless you have the permission of your parent or teacher.
Perhaps I can help you, Chuck.
For today's topic, let's join now a group of young people at the National Education Program Workshop in Searcy, Arkansas. At the classroom lectern is Dr. Clifton L. Gaines, Jr., noted young historian.
Some of you may be asking yourselves, why should we be bothered with developing citizenship responsibilities? Well, there are many reasons. One of the primary reasons is that great principles do not live from generation to generation without being nurtured, without being kept vigorously alive. Unless we understand and work effectively for the principles upon which our American way of life is founded, the structure will crumble and our heritage of freedom will perish. Another primary reason for the development of citizenship responsibility is that we are living in an era marked by the growth of socialism. To a substantial degree, in one form or another, socialism has spread the shadow of human regimentation over most of the nations of the earth, and the shadow is encroaching upon our own liberty. A third major reason for accepting our citizenship responsibilities and working at them is the presence within America of socialists and communist propagandists dedicated to the establishment of a new order. The communist fifth columnists among us are working for world dictatorship. To accomplish this, their strategy is to undermine the confidence of our people in the American system and the principles on which it stands. The socialists among us seek to bring about a gradual change in our system by gradually destroying the principle of the private ownership of property and substituting the socialist principle of government ownership. Now let's be practical for a moment. Is the American way of life worth bothering about? That is, with a viewpoint of self-interest. Well, let's see. We know that under the stars and stripes we have more freedom than do civilized people on earth. Our freedom stems from the fact that America is a republic, founded on a constitution, and dedicated to the principle of democracy and the worth of the individual. The people rule. Our nation, although containing only 6% of the land area and 7% of the population of the world, produces 42% of the world's wealth. We know that the average American in all walks of life has a living standard twice as high as the best in Europe, where socialism is widespread, and from 5 to 10 times better than in the communist countries, such as Russia and China. And if we remember our previous lessons, we know that this economic abundance is possible in America because incentives for progress and the other factors built into our dynamic private enterprise system have enabled us to utilize our resources to the fullest extent. So we do have good sound reasons, both abstractly and in self-interest, for developing citizenship responsibilities towards safeguarding the basic principles of our way of life. But let's put the full challenge in a few words. The world is caught in an era of socialist expansion. Most of the nations are affected, and America is a target. In fact, the number one target of both the socialist and the communist. If we permit our great system to crumble through the apathy of our citizenship, we shall lose not only our freedom, but our prosperity and our still brighter future. What then must we do as citizens? What are our obligations of citizenship? Number one, to understand the American way of life and what makes it tick.
In our republic, we have representative government, not sheer majority rule.
And isn't its authority divided into three branches, the executive, legislative, and judicial?
Yes, it is. And it's important, too, that in our republic, authority is surrounded by an ingenious system of checks and balances that prevents autocratic or dictatorial rule. That is, if we maintain the Constitution as our basic law. Well, that briefly sums up our political structure. What about our economic structure?
Our economic system is based on three major principles: private ownership of property, the profit motive, and the competitive open market.
Yes, those are the three great pillars. Private ownership diffuses the wealth and economic power over the very widest area, over our whole population, and makes our people independent, masters of their own lives. The profit motive, as we have learned, is active in all human behavior. In our economic system, the profit motive is the incentive for new development and constantly expanding production. And the open competitive market is where the consumer is king. It is this factor in our economy which brings about better goods and lower prices, as one company after another tries to outdo its competitors and get the consumer's business. These are some of the basic facts about our own system which every citizen should know. But now let us go on to additional obligations of American citizenship. Number 2, to understand communism, its basic godless philosophy, its goal of world conquest, its insidious tactics, and its cunning strategy. Number 3 on our list of obligations is to understand socialism and all the cunning disguises in which it presents itself to the American people. Our 4th obligation is to understand propaganda techniques as used by both the communist and the socialist. This is a very vitally important need. Thousands of good, loyal Americans have been duped into actually aiding the communists simply because they did not look carefully before they joined some high-sounding venture or before they more or less blindly advocated some course of action. Number 5 in the list of American citizenship obligations is to take an interest in your public schools and in your private and public-financed colleges, to take an interest in what's being taught and how it's being taught, and to take an interest in the welfare of the teachers who contribute so much to the development of America. Number 6, in addition to voting in all elections, become active in government. Run for local, state, and national office, or help select capable people of the highest integrity to serve. Be constantly vocal on all local and national political issues. Tell your representatives in Congress, or even the President himself, what you think is the best course on issues that come before the public. Number 7, strive constantly for spiritual growth. We, as individuals, can push the world along toward mankind's highest destiny if each of us will make the welfare of his fellow man his first concern, and if each of us will apply the principles of God's truth to our political and economic affairs. And lastly, obligation number 8. Dedicate a part of your everyday life to the bringing of these requirements of American citizenship to the attention of fellow students, fellow workers, neighbors, and friends. Is it too much to ask that we fulfill these obligations of citizenship? If we think so, we should read again the history of the founding of this nation and consider the hardships of the people who made possible our freedom. They felt that no challenge was too great if freedom was at stake. That spirit carried them on. It created for us the foundation of our great heritage. We have seen it flare up and burn brightly in every national emergency, on the battlefields and at home. The socialists, the communists, and their followers would like to see the American spirit extinguished. If each of us will rise to the occasion, if every citizen, young and old, will accept the challenge of his citizenship, then the socialists and communists and their followers will not prevail, and America will go on toward the fulfillment of her great world destiny.
Dr. Clifton L. Gaines, Jr. was our instructor. This is a continuing series based on the unique political and economic system which has made America great.
About 1 billion years or so ago, when time was young, our Earth was a lonely, barren world. Nothing grew on the land. Few things grew in the sea. No bird song broke the stillness. The wind cried. The storm spoke. And within the earth, violent forces were at work, contesting, molding, preparing for time to come. Beneath the Earth's thin, constantly changing crust, molten rock flowed and burned under tremendous heat and pressure, striving to find release. When the crust was torn by subterranean upheaval, molten rock spewed upward. In time, millions of years of time, the molten rock in these crevasses cooled and hardened. Then the hardened rock itself was beset by further disturbances that often left it heavily fissured. Theory says that through these fissures flowed hot, mineral-bearing waters and gases, and as the Earth spun off more millions of years, they crystallized, and in so doing, formed the most unusual and useful mineral fiber known to man. Largely unseen, seldom recognized, it has played a tremendously important role in the improvement of our standard of living. As you might expect, the Greeks had a name for it. They called it the unquenchable, indestructible stone. They called it asbestos. Unaffected by fire, unchanged by weather, untouched by time's dark captains, rust, rot, and decay, asbestos possesses rare qualities for which it stands alone. So fine are the individual asbestos fibers that it is only through the eye of the powerful electron microscope that they can be properly studied. Even when magnified 31,000 times, they appear delicate, gracefully hiding the fact that they are incredibly strong, stronger than many types of steel wire of the same thickness. At the same time, they are remarkably flexible and highly resistant to most chemicals. Man has never been able to duplicate their fibrous properties for commercial use. The most commercially useful variety of asbestos, called chrysotile, has been found in widely separated parts of the world. Only Canada, Africa, and Russia have abundant quantities. Less common types of asbestos, such as grapsitolite and amosite, are mined mainly in Africa. The world's largest asbestos mine is the Jeffrey Mine at Asbestos, Quebec, so named for nature's magic mineral. Most deposits have a 10 to 25-year life, but this one has been yielding for more than half a century, and even under the pressure of growing demands, it is expected to produce for another 100 years. The more than 500,000 tons of top-grade chrysotile fiber extracted yearly provide nearly a third of the world's total supply. The mining methods used in the vast open pit portion of this mine are typical of modern surface mining operations practically everywhere. By drilling and blasting and digging, it has grown. But pit mining is not the only means of extracting asbestos-bearing ore from its deposits. Another productive way is called block caving. In open pit mining, the asbestos ore is removed from the top of the deposit. In block caving, the ore is taken from underground. As practiced here, each section to be caved is 200 feet square by 400 feet high. Some distance away, a main shaft is sunk from the surface to a depth below the area to be caved. From the main shaft, a tunnel called the haulage drift is driven in the direction of the section to be caved. Then other tunnels, called crosscuts, are driven under the area to be caved and at right angles to the haulage drift. The crosscuts and the haulage drift form a network of underground arteries, much like the streets of a city. Through them run the mine cars. Now another system of tunnels, called slusher drifts, are driven directly below the section to be caved, above and at right angles to the crosscuts. The floors, walls, and roofs of all slusher drifts are heavily reinforced with concrete. Through the roof of the slusher drifts, draw points 17 feet apart are pushed up into the section to be caved. The ore body above the draw points is now drilled and blasted, and the asbestos-laden rock tumbles down through the draw points to the floor of the slusher drift. Now the crab-like slusher drags it to a point over a crosscut.
Taking
where
notes
it
for
falls
Dwarf
into
Fortress.
the 10-ton mine cars waiting below. The beginning of a long journey. Now crude ore, soon useful asbestos fiber. All traffic is controlled by a central dispatcher through two-way radio and an electric signal system. At the tipple near the main shaft, the cars are dumped, two at a time.
I'll be back on in 10 minutes.
The ore roars down a giant chute to the primary crusher on a lower level, and the crude asbestos rock gets its first treatment underground. From the crusher, it will go downward into bins, and then a loading pocket,
Asbestos,
from where it will be
Craigasm.
hoisted in 12.5-ton mouthfuls by fast-moving skip buckets that shoot it to the surface.
Asbestos-licious.
Working underground, the miners utilize the most advanced mining methods, using fast boring drills. In their many different jobs, they are protected and guided by the highest safety standards. Light, power, ventilation, structure, all are important in the daily production of thousands of tons of ore. All are important in protecting the men who do the block caving. From beneath the earth and from out of the open pit, asbestos-bearing ore, crushed and dried, comes by way of conveyors to the dry rock storage shed, where it is housed in great quantities until needed at the mill. 12 stories tall, this is the world's largest asbestos mill, equipped with the most modern refining machinery. Remarkably dust-free, performing every operation of an asbestos mill on a grand scale with extreme precision. Into its air-conditioned immensity, the asbestos fiber comes to be stripped from the mother rock in a series of operations basically typical of those at many asbestos mills. The rock processed and reprocessed to yield the precious mineral asbestos. On a series of vibrating screens, waste particles of rock are shaken from the fiber. Then, sucked up into giant aspirators, it is further husked of its impurities. In this carefully calculated process, the fiber is refined again and again. Finally, to be tested and graded according to its length under quality control standards which demand the best. From crude ore to refined fiber through the magic of man's ceaseless ingenuity. Now, packed and ready for shipment to hundreds of different points around the globe. What do you do with the fiber when you get it? How does it contribute to better living? How does it enhance our daily lives? Let's start with our homes. The attractive roof, which protects us against fire and weather, will never rot or decay because the shingles are made of asbestos and cement. Cement could not do the job alone. A cement shingle would break easily without the reinforcing qualities of asbestos. But when asbestos fibers are added, it becomes strong and tough, amazingly so. Strong enough and tough enough so that it can even be made into large, flexible sheets like these. When these fireproof sheets of asbestos and cement are used as the exterior wall finish of our homes, we enjoy the permanence of stone combined with the beauty of vertical accent, so desirable in contemporary architecture. In traditional architecture, colorful asbestos sidewall shingles give us the same permanence and freedom from upkeep expense. Not only new houses, but old houses as well can have the same benefits with remarkable improvement in appearance. And not only outside, but inside as well. Asbestos helps beautify the home with colorful vinyl asbestos floor tile. Tough asbestos fiber protects them against wear. In the cords of household appliances that demand heavy amounts of electricity, asbestos provides protective insulation. And no matter how long little Johnny plays with his electric train, asbestos insulation in the transformer offers similar protection. And when drinking water comes out sparkling clear, an asbestos cement pipe may have helped guard it from reservoir to home. Water mains of white asbestos cement pipe cannot rust. Since this pipe is corrosion resistant throughout, its smooth interior stays smooth. Asbestos cement pipe also provides a health line in carrying off waste from our homes to the street sewer. It is strong, long-lasting, and economical. When we travel, asbestos protects us right in our family car. Every time we touch the brakes, asbestos in the brake lining resists the heat of friction and brings us to a sure, safe stop, and does it time after time after time. Gripping the drums without scoring, even under the scorching heat and crushing force of high-speed interurban bus brakes. No other brake lining is as safe and durable as that made of asbestos. Asbestos goes aloft, too. Whenever we travel on modern airliners, asbestos products contribute to our safety in many ways. When we travel by train, our ride is made faster and more comfortable with the aid of asbestos packings and gaskets, which conserve the power of the mighty diesel engine. While asbestos insulations on steam and water lines contribute to our comfort. At sea, ships of the American Merchant Marine are the safest afloat. No small part in this achievement is played by the non-combustible asbestos panels used to build the walls and ceilings of cabins and public spaces. These panels are both light in weight and structurally strong. On the farm, asbestos roofing and siding help the farmer protect his buildings against fire, against rodents, and against rot and decay. Inside, sheets of asbestos and cement make easy-to-clean sanitary linings for poultry buildings, dairy barns, and milk houses. Asbestos improves in many ways the industrial equipment that makes the countless products we use daily. Asbestos felts help shield the thousands of miles of gas and oil transmission lines against corrosion. The basis of practically every industrial process is heat. On process pipelines and equipment across the nation, asbestos insulations, by conserving heat, reduce industry's fuel bill by hundreds of millions annually. Indeed, it has been progress in asbestos insulation, withstanding higher and higher temperatures, that has helped make possible many of the new processes and new products that improve our daily living. The motive power of industry is also conserved by asbestos. Pumps, compressors, tools, all kinds of reciprocating, oscillating, and rotating equipment operate more efficiently because of asbestos packing. And asbestos gaskets prevent the escape of fluids and gases from a wide variety of pressure vessels. Asbestos friction materials control motion, withstanding the heat, shock, and strain of braking, holding and releasing the drums of cranes, drills, dredges, and other heavy equipment. Asbestos can be made into the thinnest of paper, and in this form is widely used in the electrical industry, enabling transformers, motors, magnets, and other apparatus to carry heavier loads, getting more electrical productivity without enlarging equipment, and thus keeping power costs down for both industry and the homeowner. Asbestos cement ducts are used to enclose the cables that carry electricity underground. Costs are reduced, and we are better protected against interruptions of service. Asbestos fibers can also be spun into yarn, like cotton or silk. Yarn which is woven into strong protective fabrics of various thicknesses and weights. Industry finds wide uses for asbestos in the construction of its buildings, just as the farmer and homeowner do. So do schools, hospitals, and public buildings. Roofs built of asbestos felts bring added fire protection and effectively safeguard the buildings and their contents. Asbestos cement exterior walls provide the freedom from maintenance that building owners want. Rust-proof and durable, they are resistant to chemicals, fumes, heat, smoke, steam, and weather. Inside the building, asbestos movable walls make it possible to change space layouts without a costly loss of time and with complete salvage of existing materials. And asphalt or vinyl asbestos tile is probably the most widely used flooring in business, commercial, and institutional buildings. Yes, products of asbestos fiber make an important contribution to practically every phase of our lives. And through intensive and dedicated creative research, such products are developed. Here, the scientists, technicians, and other workers have at their service modern aids to scientific research, tools to enable them to find still newer, better ways for asbestos to serve mankind. It took millions of years for nature to create asbestos fiber. It was only 100 years ago that a man named H.W. Johns had an idea how it could be made commercially useful. This is how that idea has grown, from one man to thousands of men and women, to mines and factories in the United States, in Canada, and across the sea. We are now in a new age that daily brings forth new scientific realities. Man is moving toward new frontiers, the vast reaches of the universe. It is a realm where unbelievable pressures and temperatures will be commonplace. In the realization of this greatest of all adventures, asbestos, the magic mineral of nature, will be playing its vital role.
Asbestos in space.
For asbestos, it's still a matter of time.
All right, I have returned. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. So we will be, with apologies to all our asbestos respecters out there, we will be reading this article here, this big, extremely long article. And then if my neck's starting to hurt pretty bad, you guys can't hear me, right? Yeah? Okay. My neck's starting to hurt pretty bad, but we'll see if I feel up to playing a little more marathon after we read this. Estrogen, a Trip Report by Cube Flipper. The following post discusses my personal experience of the phenomenology of feminizing hormone therapy. It will also touch upon my own experience of gender dysphoria. I have gender dysphoria. I find labels overly reifying. I feel reluctant to call myself transgender per se. When prompted to state my gender identity or preferred pronouns, I fold my hands into the Dhyana Mudra and state that I practice emptiness on the concept of gender. Mostly, people seem to vibe it, but sometimes it feels a little like weasel words. Other times, when I'm in a sillier mood, I tell people I'm gender fluid, if only because it sounds like something I'd put in my station wagon. Of course, my faithful Subaru Outback was made before 2008, which means it wants the green, long life gender fluid. I experience an ongoing brain-body map prediction error. My brain seems to expect a differently shaped body to the one I wound up with. I've been acutely aware of this since before I hit puberty. Out of shame and embarrassment, I suppressed this. But I also made a promise to myself that if I hadn't come out by the time I turned 30, then I was allowed to get as weird as I needed to. During the COVID-19 pandemic, I went through a phase of using self-administered ketamine therapy to refactor a long list of maladaptive behavioral patterns, and eventually this particular issue became impossible to ignore. I had avoided reifying it for long enough, and this wasn't working for me. I had to try something different. On one evening in July 2021, I sat down with a close friend. "I am going to put a large amount of ketamine up my nose," I said. "Your job is to start asking me questions about my sexuality." Not long after, I had jumped through the relevant bureaucratic hoops and subsequently found myself cycling home from the pharmacy with a paper bag filled with repurposed menopause medication, a starter pack of 100 microgram per 24-hour estradiol patches to be applied twice a week. While the physical effects of estrogen are well documented, back when I came out, I had difficulty finding detailed phenomenological reports of the subjective effects of estrogen. I did wind up reading a large number of anecdotal reports on Reddit and found that in aggregate, people tend to report positive subjective effects. One could propose a number of non-exclusive hypotheses as to why. I'll attempt to review these later in the post. How could I resist? It was time to find out for myself. I unboxed the patches and placed one on my stomach. It bears mentioning that I have tried a high testosterone lifestyle before, so it's not as if I was entering into this from a state of hormonal deficiency. In my late 20s, I tried cycling every day, lost a ton of weight, and learned how to deadlift. I neglected to have my hormone levels checked, but if it's any indication, my biceps got swole and my chest hair suddenly grew quite thick and curly. This felt good in its own right, but did not fix the dysphoria. What does estrogen do? The sex hormones, androgens, estrogens, and progestrogens, are produced by the endocrine system. They are released into the bloodstream in response to a range of regulatory factors, primarily the hypothalamic pituitary gonadal axis, as a signal for distant cells to regulate a wide variety of bodily functions. To be clear, there are 4 major endogenous estrogens: estrone, estradiol, estriol, and esterol, though estrol is only produced during pregnancy. Most modern feminizing hormone therapy involves application of estradiol. However, there do exist other estrogens, including 17-alpha estradiol, noteworthy for being non-feminizing while also extending the lifespan of male mice. There are also other compounds with estrogenic activity, for example, the androestraniols. At the other hand, receptors are, very generally speaking, a class of proteins which can change their shape when specific molecules bind to them. Of these, estrogen receptors are primarily nuclear receptors, although a smaller fraction of them are cell surface receptors. These are typically located in the cell's cytoplasm, but when activated, they pass through the nuclear membrane to bind directly to DNA and regulate the expression of specific genes. For comparison, neurotransmitter receptors are primarily cell surface receptors. These are located in the cell membrane. That's the outer wall of the cell, and when activated might allow ions to pass through the cell membrane or trigger other messaging systems within the cell. Here's a diagram. The hormone plugs into the receptor protein, which is, so hormones like testosterone and estradiol they'll just phase right through the cell membrane, and then it plugs into a receptor protein that's just kind of floating around in there. Once it's plugged in, it sinks into the nucleus, plugs into the DNA, triggers expression of a particular, what is it called? Segment of the DNA. I forget the technical term. But that triggers an mRNA transcription, which goes to your, that mRNA goes to your ribosomes, and the ribosomes start manufacturing whatever the DNA was telling them to manufacture, which changes the behavior of your body. Estrogen receptors are located throughout the body. Of these, there are 2 main types, ER-alpha and ER-beta. These have similar binding affinities for estradiol, but are expressed in different proportions in different bodily tissues and can have different effects on gene regulation. Estrogen receptors are, of course, also located in the brain. The role of estrogen receptors and their signaling across psychiatric disorders, Huang et al. 2020, includes a map of where they are concentrated. So you can see estrogen beta is concentrated in the sensory motor cortex and the frontal cortex, and the cerebellum, and the hypothalamus, and the hippocampus. The frontal cortex is kind of the, from what I remember, the arbiter of behavior. Like people who just can't control themselves a lot of time have frontal cortex damage. The sensory motor cortex, of course, controls your body. The cerebellum, I think that is one of those structures, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe that's one of those structures that is particular to humans. I'm probably wrong because it's at the bottom. Usually it goes bottom to top, the more thinky. Like this is the stuff that does the thinky, whereas this is the stuff that keeps you alive, I think. The hypothalamus and the thalamus, I think, are very critical in memory. The hippocampus and amygdala are critical in emotional memory specifically. And then estrogen alpha receptors are in the hypothalamus, the ventral tegmental area, which I've never even heard of, and the amygdala. So I have no idea what this means. It is not surprising, then, that estrogen can have an influence on multiple aspects of brain function, including neurotransmitter levels. There's a recent review paper which covers the latest information we have on this. From The Impact of Estradiol on Serotonin, Glutamate, and Dopamine Systems by Bendis et al., 2024. Let's see here. Human studies. Serotonin increases 5-HT2A. Yeah, I have no idea what that means. Yeah, I have no fucking clue what any of this means. All right. Estradiol is a steroid hormone that influences the serotogenic, dopaminergic, and glutaminergic systems. Estradiol exerts its effect through classical mechanisms by binding to nuclear estrogen receptors alpha and beta, or through non-classical mechanisms through binding to membrane-bound estrogen receptors alpha, beta, and GPER. The effects are so wide-ranging that any review I can write will no doubt oversimplify things. That said, I'd like to highlight two findings relevant to neurotransmitter levels. Serotonin synthesis is upregulated by estrogen receptor beta via tryptophan hydroxylase transcription. Dopamine synthesis is upregulated by estrogen alpha and downregulated by estrogen beta via tyrosine hydroxylase transcription. Potentially, they work in tandem to maintain homeostatic levels, but estrogen alpha has a greater influence at higher estradiol levels. These neurotransmitters are, of course, stereotypically associated with mood and reward. Beyond neurotransmitter, estrogen also influences neuropeptides like oxytocin and vasopressin, which are involved in behaviors like social bonding, risk-taking, and aggression. Estrogen receptors can also upregulate or downregulate production of neurotransmitter receptors. However, most of the evidence we have for this is from binding assays performed on rats. As stated in another review paper, sex hormones affect neurotransmitters and shape the adult female brain during hormonal transition periods, by Barth et al., 2015. Evidence from neuroimaging findings to link estrogen in the serotonergic system in humans are still relatively sparse. Animal data support ovarectomy to decrease 5-HT1 binding, 5-HT2A binding and expression, and 5-HT transporter binding sites and expression. These findings have been shown to be reversible with estrogen replacement therapy. This process involves several steps. First, researchers remove the ovaries from female rats and then divide them into two groups. One receiving estrogen treatment, and the other serving as a control. Next, finely sliced brain samples are taken from both groups and exposed to a radioactive ligand, which binds to the receptor of interest. Finally, these radioactive samples are used to create images on radiosensitive film, which is then developed and analyzed. Autoradiographs of 3-HMK801 binding in the hippocampus of female rats, which received a sham surgery with no ovurectomy, and injection with a control substance, and C, ovurectomy and 40 micrograms per kilogram estrogen, D, ovurectomy and 0.5 milligrams per kilogram progesterone. I don't know how to read these at all whatsoever, but the D seems to be darker, so I guess there's more HMK801, the more progesterone you have, I guess. This is not the kind of procedure we generally perform on humans. Additionally, these preclinical rat model studies concern ovurectomized female rats and are intended to inform treatment programs for postmenopausal human women. So their relevance to humans starting from an androgenic baseline is possibly somewhat limited. Still, there's a couple of these studies I'd like to highlight, which found estrogen-caused NMDA receptor upregulation in the CA1 region of the hippocampus, 5-HT2A receptor upregulation in the forebrain, particularly the anterior frontal cortex, anterior cingulate cortex, the primary olfactory cortex, and the nucleus accumbens. That said, there do exist a couple of studies assessing the influence on estrogen on 5-HT2A receptor binding in humans, using a radioactive ligand and positron emission tomography. In both studies, 5 postmenopausal women were assessed both before and after hormone replacement therapy, and both found estrogen increased 5-HT2A receptor binding in prefrontal regions. The resolution is pretty low, but see for yourself. So this is, I guess, detecting that radioactive ligand that plugs into the 5-HT2A receptor, and you can see regions where 5-HT2A receptor binding potential increased following hormone replacement therapy. Row A and row B indicate estradiol and combined estradiol and progesterone treatment, respectively, with a voxel threshold of P less than 0.01. Row C indicates estradiol treatment with a less strict voxel threshold. Why did they change the threshold? Doesn't that invalidate everything? Doesn't that make this table useless? Well, nonetheless, A and B show there's way more of that ligand in your brain, which means there's much more 5-HT2A receptor binding, 5-HT2A receptors, rather, in your prefrontal cortex if you're loaded up with estradiol. Oh, wait. Okay, no. This is just estradiol. This is estradiol and progesterone. Huh. Okay. All right, so what are these NMDA and 5-HT2A receptors responsible for? These are glutamate and serotonin receptors, respectively. And these are also the specific receptors that are antagonized by ketamine and agonized by most serotonergic psychedelics. If recreational drugs targeting these receptors can engender euphoric subjective effects, what might estrogen be capable of? I have previously written phenomenological reviews of the sensory and psychological effects of ketamine and the visual effects of DMT. Perhaps these will help paint a picture of what these drugs can do. What does estrogen feel like? The subjective, perceptual, and psychological effects of estrogen are wide-ranging and subtle. I'll start by discussing the more mundane sensory changes I experienced before moving on to those which might be more nebulous or ineffable. Dosage. At the time of writing, I've been on and off estrogen for a period of nearly 3 years. My initial dosage was one of the 100 microgram per 24-hour estradiol patches, but I doubled this after a short while. I have also tried 2 milligram estradiol valerate pills twice or 3 times daily, though this turned out to be too low and I wound up switching back to patches. I have found using patches to result in the most striking and noticeable subjective effects. I have not yet tried injected estrogen, though I anticipate doing so before too long. Additionally, at one point I tried taking a 300 milligram progesterone suppository. This made me feel quite stupid the following day, so I did not try this again. Gustatory perception. I've long been in the bad habit of rolling out of bed and grabbing a Monster Zero straight from the fridge first thing in the morning. I tend to follow this up with Diet Coke throughout the day. This means that I'm fairly attuned to the taste of artificial sweeteners, so naturally the change in taste perception was the first thing I noticed. Within a day or two of first putting the patches on, I found that sweet things tasted sweeter, and sour things tasted both sweeter and more metallic, and the cinnamon taste in my standard reference Diet Coke really shone through. This was rather exciting. I was not expecting to find that the primary tastes were not in fact primal, but could shift around in a lower dimensional latent space. This got me theorizing, as I wrote elsewhere. Perhaps taste could be built out of something like dyadic vibrations, tuned by evolution toward a consonance or dissonance in order to generate an attractive or aversive response in the organism. I mean, we basically know this from, like, I don't know what the word is, flavor theory and cooking. There are tastes that go good together, and there are tastes that don't, you know? Like, sweet and sour go well together. You know, if you just put some citric acid on your tongue, it doesn't feel very nice, but you mix it with some water and some sugar, and suddenly it tastes like lemonade. Olfactory perception, or vanilla. So vanilla doesn't taste like anything. If you take some milk and you load it up with, let's say, powdered vanilla, and you drink it, it'll taste exactly like normal milk. In fact, it'll taste a little bit bitter. But if you put sugar in it, suddenly it tastes like vanilla milk, because what you perceive as the flavor of vanilla is the smell of vanillin and other associated compounds, plus a sweet flavor. Olfactory perception. It took me a little while before I noticed any change to my sense of smell, but this was more a factor of encountering the relevant stimulus. It was boys. Boys smelt different. Much earlier in life, I'd had to convince myself I was gay using the fact that boys smelt really good. This was very much no longer the case, and I began to notice wide variation in the way boys smelt, which was sometimes quite unpleasant, oniony even. I smell pretty oniony. Consider this a public service announcement to any lads out there reading this who might think they know how they smell. Perhaps get someone with a feminine hormone profile to fact-check you on this. Well, that would be great if I could actually speak to someone with such a profile, but they don't talk to me. I have somatic sensory issues. Skin sensations have always been overwhelming. My mother will confirm that I would scream if she attempted to dress me in wool, and in adulthood I avoid buying clothing with sleeves. By default, my skin feels like a bag of white noise, and when things get bad, it can feel like my whole body is covered with randomized pinprick sensations, like minuscule topological defects in the somatic field. This has interfered with my ability to experience intimacy. Simply lying in bed with somebody could be a stressful time for me. Estrogen ramps all of this way down in intensity. It's a tremendous relief. Perhaps my cleaning habits can provide an objective measure. Because things like sweat on my skin or leftover food in my mouth constitute intolerable sensory distractions, I tend to shower up to 4 times a day and brush my teeth about as often. Since starting estrogen, I'm much less neurotic about both of these things. A less turbulent nervous system also seems to be less disruptive for sleep. Beforehand, I took it for granted that I would often wake up throughout the night in a state of discomfort, whereas while I'm on estrogen, I reliably wake up in the morning feeling well rested. You know, it's a known thing among bodybuilders that exogenous testosterone interferes with your sleep. So I wonder what's up with that. Because taking exogenous estrogen does crush your testosterone levels. It's fairly common to hear reports of colors becoming more intense after starting HRT. I'm familiar with how serotonergic psychedelics can produce this effect, but I can't say I've observed any such thing myself. What did change was my sense of space. This one's quite subtle. It was the kind of thing that was more noticeable when I experimented with deliberately spiking my hormones. I'll do my best to explain. It's as if I took the entire volumetric representation of the space around me and increased the degree to which every point within that could influence the location of every other point recursively. This allows everything to elastically settle into more harmonious equilibrium. This effect is basically identical to what a small dose of psychedelics can do, specifically a tryptamine like psilocybin or DMT. An alternate way of looking at it might be if you took some kind of spatial Fourier transform of my experience and attenuated the more entropic high-frequency components. So basically, she's saying that the rougher parts of human experience are sanded down, is the mechanical equivalent of removing the high-frequency components for a Fourier transform. It's hard to say what the utility of this might be. The balance between entropy and harmony is a more important one. Too much entropy and it's hard to tell signal from noise, and too much harmony and you might miss important details. I did feel that with a more parsimonious model of the space around me, I got better at driving, though my friends would say I got more confident at driving. Competence might be orthogonal to confidence. Competence might be orthogonal to confidence, but I maintain that parallel parking is much easier now. Let me take a quick break. My voice is getting tired. Whew. This is a challenging one. I ride my bicycle every morning. This is my primary meditative practice. I'm also surrounded by steep hills, so I noticed within a couple days that I could not activate my quads and hamstrings as hard as I was used to. This happened much faster than could possibly be accounted for by muscular atrophy, so I surmised that this must be a neuromuscular phenomenon. Later on, I switched back to my own hormones for a short period, and once again the change was quite rapid. There was nothing quite like the rush of powering uphill once again. Being less strong honestly sucked pretty bad, and this required some psychological adjustment. The flip side of this was that I found estrogen to be a superb muscle relaxant, and ultimately this made the effect a net positive. Around the time I transitioned was also the period when I was exploring some quite extreme ketamine-assisted myofascial release techniques to shake off a lifetime's worth of accumulated tension from things like bad ergonomics and social anxiety. I'd say estrogen has been partially instrumental in getting me from a place where I'm constantly attacking myself with a foam roller and massage gun just to feel comfortable in my own body, to one where massage is more of a light maintenance task like a bird preening its feathers. It's now known that hypermobility is correlated with gender dysphoria. For the record, I do not think I have Ehlers-Danlos syndrome or any kind of connective tissue disorder. Removing testosterone does, however, decrease water retention in the ligaments and tendons, increasing flexibility. I've spent a big chunk of my life navigating chronic emotional disaffection. High school sucked, and later I had an acute week-long dissociative episode when I was 21, which I'm not sure I ever quite came back from. Yeah, I've been permanently dissociated for decades. Suffice it to say, I lived an emotionally stagnant existence for most of my 20s, so when the hormones opened things up, I got quite attached to my new feelings. Funny things were funnier. I recall a moment about a week after I started the hormone treatment where I laughed at something I saw on YouTube. The surge of joy was like an electric cauterizer through my breastbone. Music works now. I can lean into the sense of affection I feel toward my friends. I cry more frequently, but this is clearly critical for releasing tension that would otherwise remain below the surface. There's another side to all this. I've had to navigate a number of situations where I now found myself unable to dissociate from some issue in my life that had been bothering me. I had to do something. Often this felt destructive. In retrospect, there's things I could have handled with far more grace and care, but instead I chose to drive a bulldozer through them. For better or for worse, this is what the hormones can do. It's a bit of an epistemic nightmare. Do I take action to deal with the thing that's bugging me? Or would it be better to skip my hormones for a day or two and see if I consider things differently? I can only recommend entering into this groundless game of instrumental hormone manipulation if one is comfortable taking responsibility for epistemic frame shifting. Attentional modulation. I'd engaged with a number of deliberate psychological interventions in the lead up to coming out, with the general aim of managing my social self-awareness. I knew I needed the confidence. If I was to socially transition, I'd need to not get too overwhelmed or hung up on what other people thought of me. Of these, the most effective was Michael Ashcroft's extremely straightforward course on the Alexander technique. I wrote about this in my write-up on attention and awareness. Here's how I casually explained it to people. You have awareness, which corresponds to everything currently in your sensorium. Then you have attention, which is a subset of that, like the beam of a spotlight. And most importantly, you have agency over it. You can choose where to point it and how wide or narrow you'd like it to be. Sometimes we might feel that our attention is involuntarily yanked around by invisible aversive forces that are seemingly beyond our control. For instance, I might find it challenging to make eye contact with people at a party and spend the whole time with my attention collapsed and pointed at the floor. I think what the Alexander technique does is to teach mindfulness of this class of phenomena and how to expand attention out of them. Prior to transition, I deliberately experimented with this form of attentional modulation, primarily in the kind of social setting that I would normally find overwhelming, but also just while riding my bicycle outside. I think this kind of practice has a lot of potential for helping undo the archetypal trauma-induced behavioral patterns displayed by socially anxious autistic people. Personally, I found it to be remarkably effective, and after some months of this, I felt that my anxiety disorder was mostly in remission. So it was a humongous letdown when I found that all of this got significantly harder on estrogen. I cringed my way through social events and returned to staring at the floor, but I didn't let this stop me. I thought of it like Goku training in the 100 times Earth gravity chamber. I just learned it all again from scratch. How does estrogen work? If someone feels that they'd rather have a feminine body, estrogen is going to satisfy this desire within reason. This is obvious. I'm more interested in finer-grained bottom-up rather than top-down sensory phenomena. What are the other reasons that estrogen might feel good? I'd like to propose a number of theories. I'll try to order them from least speculative to most speculative. What should my null hypothesis be? Would estrogen make someone without gender dysphoria feel good too? Is it just a miraculous coincidence that estrogen just so happens to fix other issues that tend to be correlated with gender dysphoria? Or do people with gender dysphoria suffer from an innate neurochemical deficit which can be corrected by hormone therapy? I wish to reiterate that the official stance of this post, estrogen is like the opposite of ketamine. Transgender writer Zinnia Jones suffers from depersonalization derealization disorder and found that her symptoms were dissolved completely when she started hormone replacement therapy. The phenomenology of depersonalization derealization is notoriously difficult to describe, but Zinnia has written the single best description of it that I've ever read. From her blog post, Trip Report, Lamotrigine, a drug to treat depersonalization, there was no point where I didn't feel somehow removed from the world around me. This disconcerting sensation was present from my earliest memories. As a child, I just didn't really see the point of practically anything I was doing, or that anyone else was doing. It held no emotional resonance or meaning for me. Whatever interests I chose to pursue felt more like an obligatory way of filling time, not something that had any value or importance in its own right. I always felt the lack of spontaneity characteristic of depersonalization disorder, and whenever I chose to say anything, it felt rehearsed and acted out as if I had to engage my every word and action manually. Most of the time, I would choose to say nothing at all. My feelings seemed to be kept at a distance, happening as something separate from an interior me who didn't truly experience these emotions and seemingly couldn't be touched by them. I was painfully conscious of all of these things. She continues with a visual description which I found particularly fascinating. In sufferers of depersonalization, symptoms can become more prominent in the form of sudden attacks, and it gets worse the more you keep thinking about it. Later that night, I step outside to get some air, and the thought enters my mind that the trees, cars, and houses on our street could just be particular elaborate Lego pieces. The clouds in the night sky could easily pass for a simple rendering in Blender. Isn't at least half of what we see practically hallucination that's filled in by our brain without us even noticing? If all of these things were just rendering, it seemed like it would be easy to take advantage of that. I can almost envision everything on our street coming apart piece by piece like an exploded technical diagram. The asphalt, the curb, the patches of grass, all of them could just lift into the air and drift apart. Nothing but thin surfaces, almost like abstractions or mere representations. If I were to take a shovel and start digging a hole in the road, It would just be an indentation in that surface, pushing it to extend a bit in one direction or another, but underneath it, nothing. The houses along the street are just outgrowths of the surface, a sort of puckering in it, like a ball on a rubber sheet, to demonstrate how gravity is at the curvature of space-time. When I read this, I could not help but think two things. Wow, this sounds just like my life. Wow, this sounds just like being on ketamine. I related very strongly to both her description of feeling distance from life, as well as her description of the visual field being, as she has written elsewhere, nothing but some strange, infinitesimally thin surface stretched over infinite hollowness. Both of these effects increase when I experiment with ketamine. I also notice that both of these effects reverse when I use estrogen. In particular, the way in which estrogen alters attentional modulation also seems responsible for an increase in amodal perception, which in turn makes the visual field feel less hollow. Though I don't necessarily regard this as desirable or undesirable, it just is. So you see the modal surface percept, which is the surface, I guess, of objects that you see, and the amodal volume percept, which is the idea that, there's more under what you see. I'd also previously read Scott Alexander's blog post, Why Are Transgender People Immune to Optical Illusions?, in which he speculates that if ketamine is an NMDA receptor antagonist which causes depersonalization, and if estrogen upregulates NMDA receptor expression, then it's possible that changes to the NMDA receptor network could be responsible for the relevant changes in phenomenology. Illustration of the visual field by Stephen Lehar. I found estrogen made it feel less flat. Can you imagine how this would make someone's internal world simulation feel less fake? I guess that makes sense. Ugh, my voice is really tired, and we're only half done. Right now, I don't have much to add beyond, wow, I think this checks out. The question remains, does estrogen correct some kind of underlying NMDA receptor expression deficit, which ultimately leads to the psychological problems correlated with gender dysphoria? And how does this relate to gender dysphoria itself? I do also want to compare the phenomenology of depersonalization derealization to the phenomenology of persistent non-dual states, though Wystan Bryant Scott does not think they are the same thing. Are transgender people more enlightened? This is a can of worms, so I'm just going to leave this one for now. Estrogen is like being on a mild dose of psychedelics all the time. There's a psychedelic research paper I'm a fan of. It's Phenomenology and the Content of the Inhaled N-DMT Experience, in which the authors scrape 10 years' worth of comments from the DMT Reddit community and tabulate different aspects of the somatic, visual, and entity encounter phenomenology by how frequently they were reported. Much of my personal research simply consists of reading a large number of Reddit comments. As such, I sorely wish there to exist an equivalent paper to the DMT phenomenology one, but which scrapes transgender support subreddits for subjective reports instead. However, until such a time as one exists, the reader may just have to take my word for it when I claim a particular effect of estrogen is commonly reported. One effect commonly reported by people just starting estrogen is that colors appear more saturated. From a typical comment on an RMTF thread asking if anyone experiences colors more vibrantly. Yes, I was at the art museum yesterday, and I became utterly infatuated with a shade of blue I've never seen before. Sat and stared at it for like 15 minutes. Then again, I may just be happier now. Referring back to the DMT phenomenology paper, vivid or hyper-intense colors were reported in 25.2% of experiences. Personally, I didn't experience any shift in color perception, but I did find the other visual perception changes I experienced to be distinctively psychedelic in nature. As mentioned earlier, particularly reminiscent of a tryptamine like psilocybin or DMT. This is especially noticeable when I deliberately spike my levels with an extra patch, and on some days I suspect I even notice a slight amount of increased symmetrical texture repetition. Replication of psilocybin visuals. All right, we'll take a look. All right, this is what being on psilocybin looks like, I guess. We're tripping balls, man. Psilocybin is the stuff that's in mushrooms. I think. Yeah. I think we've got the point. Estrogen is known to upregulate 5-HT2A receptor expression, which is, of course, the same serotonin receptor which is agonized by most serotonergic psychedelics. It seems quite reasonable to me to assume that this is what's responsible for various reported sensory enhancements in addition to the changes in mood. I now have an additional question. In addition to correcting some kind of NMDA receptor expression deficit inherent to the gender dysphoric neurotype, does estrogen also correct a 5-HT2A receptor expression deficit? Or does tripping on estrogen just feel good? All right, I can't read any longer. My voice is gone. So I think we're going to have to chop this up into multiple segments. Probably day after tomorrow's stream, maybe we'll open with the rest of this, because it is long. It's very interesting, though, because, you know, I am, as you can probably tell, a man, and I've never really been around women. So I would like to have a wife at some point. So I try as hard as I can with the sources I have available to understand understand women. And, women are inherently all on a low dose of psychedelics. That does, if you'll excuse me for indulging in boomer humor, that might explain a few things, But anyway, I appreciate y'all coming out and listening to my crazy semi-pseudoscientific article here. But until next time, I will see you all next time. Let's look for somebody to raid. Let's see, who do we got online? We got nobody. Okay, let me check on my personal account. Man, there's no one live when I sign off. I gotta find more streamers that I can raid into. Let's turn my volume down because, oh, there's me. Well, I'm live. That doesn't count. Leaflet's live, but she doesn't let people raid her. Yeah, there's nobody. Crud. All right, we will raid. Oh, there's WBPL 76. Okay, we'll raid them again. Have fun with the BPL team. Let's see, raid WBPL 76. And I will see you all next time. Thank you for coming out. I hope to see you all again. And, yeah, have fun with our raid target. Oops, I'm breaking everything. Goodbye.